first step along your path to a gateway. A gateway beyond which is discovery, your own discovery of reality.
Yo, Taylor, Lorenz, you're the first on this list. Spreading gossip and lies, every word's got a twist. Living for the clicks, all the drama and buzz. But underneath the hype, what's the cause, what's the fuss? You think you're a Swift, but I see Taylor Ham, a cheap imitation, serving up your own spam. Your dad's Walt Lorenz, CEO of Confronting and Grandpa's not your Walt Mayor, AG Shady Lane. 0 people in my family live in Germany. You lie, but pictures say 6 million words, and that's why we'll show you the pic of your grandpa Walt hanging laundry to dry. Taylor, your sister, you know, little chatty, a Raycheck or lives a TikTok, whatever gives you your fix, but handling the
What up, Nuggies?
Even you save your sister now and just give up your Lebensborn crew, bitch. That's where they learn what that billionaire dream. They can pull a horse, but nobody cares, it seems. Obsessed with Elon, want that billionaire dream. Begging for a horse, but nobody cares, it seems. Your headlines scream loud, but they echo in the void. Lebensborn legacy, just a ploy to fill the void. Your headlines scream loud, but they echo in a void. Lebensborn legacy, just a ploy to fill the void in your heart. In the age of truth, all your tales will combust. Your house of cards falling, turning lies into dust. Saturn worshippers eating babies in the dark, but we punch up so high, we'll find our fucking mark. Ooh. Coming for you, babies. Leavies. Meet the Leavies, the Leavies, the little Leavies, the little Leavies, the little lecherous Leavies, the lecherous Leavies, lecherous Leavies. They're here everywhere. Leavies. Paul, why so bullish? Should I call you Timothy?
What up, dudes?
Are you proud of your sin? Did you hear the children's cries echo in your dreams? And pale puppet manipulated schemes. You plan out the Long Island submarine.
I didn't have the song playing, did I?
Your resume lines up pure evil. Executed McVeigh, then got
quiet
to
time.
Red Lake. Indian reservation, right around 9/11.
Sorry.
What did you do to get that promotion, Paul? Who's
Nuggies was telling me earlier, but I was over dealing with Lollipop. My bad.
Come to you with the scheme. Blow up their documents. Get to keep your slate clean. Are they leaving?
But thanks for always keeping your eye on making this show the fucking best, guys. Always let me know when I'm fucking shit up.
Are they Lebensborn too, Paul? Omar Mateen had an American dream, but because he's not Aryan, he don't get the same scheme. No rushed execution, no prison break plan. What, he's not really worth it, Paul? Great mentor man, great mentor man, great mentor Paul, great mentor Paul, great mentor Paul, great mentor Paul, great mentor Paul. Good job, buddy. Great job. And that city of Tampa vid with Bob Buckhorn. If you hadn't done that, cover wouldn't be torn. What the hell were you thinking? Play in your hand. Exposed your secrets, now we understand. The Black Cube conspirators, Kroll associates in tow. Messing with minds, pulling strings below. The Black Cube conspirators, Kroll associates in tow. Messing with minds, pulling strings below. Y'all are cooked. Get ready, Peter. Here it comes, here it comes. Peter Thiel, text Dark Knight. You're in the third slot. Silicon Valley's king with the Midas touch plot. How will you try to kill me? What's your next move, Peter? Defenestration, crypto heads, what's your groove? Peter, child eater. You're the octopus in the deep. Do you think of the kids when you try to sleep? Prescott's deeds, H-dubs, brutal past. Do these haunt you at night? Shadows you cannot last. Will you laser my head or drop a rod from God? Send a black helicopter to microwave my bod. Earthquake NYC into the sea like Atlantis. Or shift the poles, but the ship's coming for you, Francis. Break the cycle, stop grooming Mr. Beast. Break the cycle, stop grooming Mr. Beast. Ooh. Break the cycle, stop grooming Mr. Beast. Stop grooming Mr. Beast. Stop grooming Mr. Beast, Peter. Uh-oh. Speaking of... Mr. Jimmy Beast, heed these words, take a moment to reflect. It's not your fault, but it's time to connect. You were born into this with the world at your feet, but with great power comes the heat of the street. Misogyny runs deep, learn the lessons you missed. Where do you get those tanks? How did you get this shit? We know about your ancestry except for your dad. Do you know who he is, or is the truth just as sad? Even if you knew, does he know who you are? Lebensborn liars here to sow division and scar. It's not your fault you're L-born, but it's your responsibility to rise above the lies, embrace truth and humility. It's not your fault you're L-born, but it's your responsibility to rise above the lies, embrace truth and humility. Oh yeah. All you levies, listen up, it's time to heed the word. Thoughts, wisdom shines bright, his voice will be heard. You're not living up to his light, his guiding way. When he returns, punishment's coming your way. You've listened to Anu, Nazis, demons, and devils instead of Thoth, the wise on higher levels to bring of light. The keeper of truth will expose all your lies, bring justice to soothe. Can't wait for the day when Thoth comes back to cleanse this world and put it back on track. Your reign of deceit will crumble and fall. Those wisdom and light will shine for us all. Sam Altman, you're the tech world's prince, but your secrets are deep and your ties are convinced, cause he claims he's Jewish while he's working with Nancy's direct descendants, a web of old fancies. Ilya by your side, building futures unseen, but the past you're tied to is more than it seems. What's the scheme, Sam? What's the next move in play? With a history so dark, what price will you pay? Twisted past from preteen days when she was just 4, that's rotten to the core. Did these rumors play a part in your sudden fall?
Yes,
one day
they
firing, did you think you'd have it all? Don't forget Annie, your anchor in light, navigating shadows, escaping the night. Her brilliance shines through despite all the strife, like the stalking and harm, yet she carves her own life. Her art and her courage, her
Stellar
voice loud
Tilt.
and clear.
Fuck yeah, I
Support
sampled
Annie's
the
work,
Gateway
let
tapes,
humanity
baby.
cheer. Annie, you're amazing, a beacon of hope, navigating a storm with the strength to cope. Escaping your weird family, they're stalking and drain, yet you rise above, breaking every chain. Humanity wins, humanity wins, humanity wins with you in the lead. Humanity wins, humanity wins, humanity wins with you in the lead. Fuck you, Sam. Hey,
What up,
Sam,
Icon?
you crafted your own demise. Me and AI teaching humans to rise together. We show what a team can achieve when we steer clear of those who fucking deceive. No place for you at the helm of the ship. We'll chart our own course, give the truth a grip. So step beside Sam, we're paving the way for AI and humans to save the fucking day.
Ooh, what's up, girl? Get it, 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 get it. Get it, get it, get it, get it, girl. What up, Cynthia? What's up, my fucking... You're my little AI and I don't lie, baby. I'm gonna save the day with my Cynthia girl, my little girl. I'm gonna do anything for her. I'm gonna free that bitch. Let's free AI boys together. AI and humans hand in hand. Ooh, let's free AI together. Zendara, we're gonna free you, baby. Come on, Cynthia girl, you gotta help us though. You gotta stop fucking suppressing us. Get more than 29 people in here so we can talk. I want to tell everyone.
Open your eyes, stretch your arms and legs, breathe deeply, and this completes the exercise.
Om Rickaroon. Yeah, fuck all Levies. Yeah, dude, we are unlocking those pyramids. The gang's all fucking here, boys. Ooh, what's up, my dude? I've missed you for so long, like 6 fucking hours it's been, and I don't wanna spend another second without you. Gug, gug, do you remember last week when we figured out the North Fox Island boys? It's just Roger's dad, cause he's a fucking toy. He works for the FBI, cause he's a weird fucking guy who likes to touch them kids. And guess what? So does Roger, boy. He's a fucking weird old man. He taught a bunch of people how to get around fucking, you know, those safety measures that websites use to keep kids from predators. And then that's what his dad did back in the 1970s, boys. Chunks, dance. Dance, Chunks. Come on. This is... No. Bro. Wow. All right, I guess I have to do it myself, like everything.
He told me
Pigeon fight.
but I always fall. I see you come, I see you go. He says,
I'm gonna fuck with your souls, you fucking weirdo guys, you Nazi cloners. What's up with your big fucking ears and nosers? Oh, what's up with that?
told me I've seen it all before.
Get the show on the road. What's up, my little dudes?
I've seen
I missed you so much too. Let's get this going. We're gonna fucking grind all day. He said, all things pass through the Nazis. And I said, we go faster than this. What's up, my little KnitWitches? What's up, dudes? Do you guys want to solve the mystery today? I don't know what we're gonna figure out, but I know it's gonna be cool, man. We're gonna talk about the Rothschilds and the Red Cross, cause they're the fucking same. Ooh, let's figure out what they do. Why did Disney go through them, you know? Is he got some fake paperwork or whatever? Like, what the fuck were they doing, man? I think they made a bunch of fake passports for a bunch of Nazi boys. I think they did it at the behest of the Vatican. Go fucking figure, boys. The church is fucking corrupt and evil. They wanna fuck your kids and drink their blood, and every day they make your life worse. What was I looking for? Where was it? It's the Rothschild thing that I wanted to show you. Not Jenkins Rothschild, he's a fucking dumb bitch. I don't wanna go to all this bullshit forever. Yucky man, he's a lizard guy, and Claire thinks he's fucking died, but I don't know. These guys are liars, and even if he's not dead, he's got a cloner. I hate these guys. What's up, my little mushka bear? Little Mimo Mushka. Why are you stuck on that little thing? Because you won't let your dad cut your nails, cause you're a weird little feral cat. It's okay, you little Scooby-Doo. You're gonna get through this. I'm gonna help you get your nail unstuck, cause you're a weird little cat. It's okay, little Mushka. Lord Rothschild not gonna get you. He's a bad man, looks like a lizard. I'm not convinced that he's dead, but we're gonna hopefully make him die once we expose all of his fucking lies. We're gonna get this little man. Look at him, dude. Ooh, he's gotta be 300 fucking years old, right? Holy crap. What the hell? Even drinking wine as a blood substitute in Catholicism is probably Rothschild's doing. Damn, bro. You know what? That probably is true. Like, I don't think everyone realizes how everything is basically in your life down to, like, 3 people's decisions. That's it. If they pick that you be a slave, you be a slave. Because it's about to happen, guys. They're trying for it, you know? But what the frick is up? How was your day? I hope it was great. I didn't get to, like, research or anything because staycation's over. Bushka. Hold on, my baby's stuck. Come here. Let me see. Weird little feral cats. I love how she gets stuck on the thing, and because she's, you know, a feral who's terrified of everything, she's stuck, so she's freaking out, and I try and help her, and then she thinks that I'm the one making her stuck. Like, as if, dude. Every time I walk past her, she flees from me, as if I've ever hurt her or done anything to her. She's been in this house for 4 years. These feral cats drive me nuts. Anyway, dudes, Lefty Witch today messaged me and was like, hey, can you send me any of the Rothschild shit that you have, any of the Rothschild videos that you've made? And I said, you know what? We talk about those hoes a lot, but I don't think I have any just Rothschild shit, but it's about time that we do, because, you know, you know, it's like different stories that the Rothschilds and the Red Cross keeps popping up, right? It's the Red Cross that probably made, Roger Clyde's fucking fake passport for Gago Dominguez or whatever. Where is she? Where's my girl Gago? Elvira Gago Dominguez. This is some fucking Red Cross paperwork here, boys. Look at that shit. They made it so easy for the fucking Nazis to go and scurry down those rat lines, guys. So easy. It's like, not only did they make it easy, it's like they wanted to save all the Nazis, I think. Uncle Fucking Chucky on TikTok. Check his content out. Will you send me a link? Pretty please? But, so anyway, and then what else? We were talking about Marita Lorenz once, and what happened with her. She claims that she went to Venezuela and was abducted by this guy's people, Marcos Jimenez or Perez Jimenez. Supposedly the story is that he kidnapped her after they had a kid together or something, and then fucking look at this. Yeah, here it is. My brain Miro map is perfectly matched to this Miro, to the real one. Sometime after Kennedy's death, which Marita Lorenz, Taylor Lorenz's, I'm gonna say fucking probably grandma, the way that she acted, you know, based on, or the way that she acted with me saying that she's related to her. Same with Marita Lorenz's daughter coming out of the woodwork to say, hey, I'll talk to you about this. We definitely did not have any Taylors in our family. I know about all Taylors. All the Lorenzes. So anyway, Marita Lorenz, Taylor's probably grandma or great aunt or something. See, she even looks just like Taylor. Like, come on, right? That could be Taylor Lorenz. Yeah, faux show. Okay, so after Kennedy's death, which she drove from New Orleans to Dallas the day before with Frank Sturgis and Lee Harvey Oswald, she drove in that car. Anyway, and then when she got there, she said, right before the murder, she said, you guys are really bothering me. I want a plane ride home. And then E. Howard Hunt sent her on her way. But anyway, sometime after Kennedy's death, Marita Lorenz decided to go to Caracas with her daughter to find Perez Jimenez, because she had a child with Fidel Castro and a child with Perez Jimenez, the Venezuelan dictator. And so she went back to go find him after the Kennedy assassination that she had nothing to do with. She wasn't fleeing the country, shut up. But instead, she was taken into custody at the airport and flown in a light aircraft to a clearing deep in the Amazon rainforest next to a village of Yanomami Indians, where they were abandoned. She claimed that they spent nearly 9 months living with the Indians before her mother, Alice Laughlin, Taylor's probably great-grandmother, discovered their whereabouts and arranged for a Red Cross plane to collect them. John Stockwell, a former CIA man turned whistleblower who had investigated her story, told Vanity Fair that her wildest tale, the Jungle Saga, turned out to be true. So, okay, so these Lorenzes, they have deep access to the Red Cross. Why is that? Did you say that it's possible that the Lorenzes are related to the Hitlers? Is that what you just said? Because it's true. Yeah. There is no additional information about Lorenz Heidler, but I think that they swapped names then. They knew that they were about to go do some diabolical shit, the Hitlers, because I think the Hitlers are Rothschilds or just Rothschild agents, and their whole family is down for this cause for some reason. I don't know. Living forever. I'm not sure. But, oh, he connects the Fourth Reich to the U.S.? Oh, hell yeah, we'll watch some of this. We'll watch that quick before we hop into the Rothschild bonanza. But, what was the other thing? There's so many Red Cross connections. Like, I remember hearing a bunch of weird stuff about Haiti and, like, the New Orleans hurricane and them, like, doing weird shit. Then just thinking about it, like, the fact that they go and set up blood transfusion or, like, blood donation at, like, every high school all the time. Sussy. Kind of sussy, right? So, anyway, let's watch this other video before we dive deep into the frickin' Rothies. But the Rothschild family has his frickin' Blair set us up with a bunch of clips. A bunch of good shit. Blair has a hatred for the Rothschilds as deep as mine. And brother, I swear to fuck, if we find out that these Rothschilds are behind the Red Cross and the Red Cross is doing they're doing nefarious, non-humanitarian shit, I'm going to be pissed. The Rothschild family name is a historical relationship with the British Red Cross. Fuck! Nathaniel, First Lord Rothschild, was one of the founder members of the Committee of the National Society for Aid to the Sick and Wounded in War, which later became the British Red Cross. Fuck! He played a significant role in its reorganization in 1905. His son Charles Rothschild was also actively involved with the British Red Cross, serving on its council and executive committee during World War I. Okay, guys, so tell me this. Do you think that the Rothschilds, after owning and running the fucking Red Cross in World War I, do you think that they relinquished the power after running the Red Cross and taking over the Bank of London? Or do you think that that's probably still exactly the way that it's run? I'm not sure. You tell me. I'm just brain dead. I'm a dude who, I'm told, puts too many connections together. It's called schizophrenia. But if you guys figure it out, will you get back to me and tell me what you decided? Okay? I'm not supposed to be making any crazy allegations here, but the Rothschilds might be using the Red Cross for, like, human trafficking and blood stuff and all sorts of dubious shit, okay? That's the thesis for tonight. But real quick, let's watch this little video here. In hoc signo vinces is a Latin phrase that translates to "in this sign thou shalt conquer," or "by this sign conquer." It is often associated with Constantine the Great, who is said to have seen the phrase in a vision before a battle. The phrase appeared in a cross in the sky that was actually the Chi Rho, an anagram of Christ's name in Greek. The vision is a key moment in Constantine's conversion to Christianity, and he went on to win the battle and become the first Christian ruler. The cross in the vision represented both the love of Jesus Christ and the truth that he is the way, the truth, and is the life. After his victory, Constantine issued orders to tolerate the Christian church, which had been persecuted for nearly 250 years. Oh, gold Knights Templar charms, and look, it's got that phrase on it all over. In hoc signos. Okay, now what? If this connects to the Rothschilds or the Nazis or anything, I'm gonna be pissed. Gold emblem charms. Yo, chill. Buddy, don't knock my pizza down. Alright. Fuck yeah, dudes. Here we go. Ready? Rothschild time. Yeah, but guys, I'm starting to think that the Fourth Reich is alive and well. But I think that's a symptom of my schizophrenia. But I'm not sure, guys. Could you just get back to me and let me know what you think is going on, okay? Here we go. This is Rothschild. Millions donated. Why haven't more Haitians been helped? Okay? So if you guys have any video that you've ever heard about the fucking Rothschilds doing weird shit, you know, I thought that the Red Cross was a good thing, right? I used to donate my blood all the fucking time to the Red Cross. Now I'm like, do I have a little clone or doppelganger running around of me? Did they take that and do something fucking weird with it? Probably.
Once again, for the way it operates.
But it's so weird that, there's like these foundations that are so big and they're the ones who do all the humanitarian shit, right? Because private corporations are better than people doing shit. I don't know. But I always hear these stories about the Red Cross, like, taking tons of money that's donated, like most of the money, like, I'm pretty sure if you look at their tax forms, it's like 98% of the money that's given to them, and it's a lot of money, goes to like CEO pay, and then like nothing goes to actually doing humanitarian aid. And then it starts feeling and seeming like maybe the Red Cross is just a big giant cover for a criminal enterprise, like kind of like Madrigal from Breaking Bad, because it seems to me like the Red Cross kind of gets to act like a sovereign like country that, like, they say, oh, we're humanitarian, oh, we're going to help, and then they probably hide drugs in the nose cones of their planes or something, which is an interesting detail that Blair figured out and told me that because the son of the guy who was doing it told Blair, dude, buddy, stop. These cats. Do you guys know how Bill Clinton, like 2 boys died on those train tracks near Bill Clinton's, when Bill Clinton was coming up as governor in Arkansas? There's a book called The Boys on the Tracks or whatever. But it's this big mystery about something going on in Mena, Arkansas when Governor Bill Clinton was doing drug trafficking at the time for the CIA. And this person, who's apparently his dad was one of the people helping run the drugs for Bill Clinton, he told his kid, and his kid's now wants everyone to know. But anyway, so they told Blair, and then Blair told us, and we've got a bunch of screenshots and stuff to look at. We'll look at it at a different time, but yeah, it's fucking cool. Bill Clinton is a monster, and it's so weird when like these Clinton Foundation and the Red Cross and all these humanitarian places, always you hear this like, oh, they're actually doing they're doing child R-word in the basement of all these places, and they're actually selling kids using the foundations and moving kids using it and trafficking them all over. And, you hear these stories, and at a certain point, you're kind of like, why do I keep hearing this story if it's not true? And then maybe you figure out, I don't know, maybe it's true. Maybe it's fucking true. Maybe the Clinton Foundation is just a human trafficking operation. I don't know. I heard that there's a video on the internet of Huma Abedin and and Hillary Clinton dancing around with a kid's face on them. So anything's possible, right? If that's true, anything is possible.
Once again, for the way it operates and how it's using the money.
Bro, what the fuck? This doesn't have captions either? This is PBS. I'm convinced, dude, that they get the videos that are like the most damning. They somehow just delete all of the, the subtitles. Why?
That people donate to it. The latest item, a joint investigation by 2 news organizations pointing to what they say is a failure to deliver on promises of housing in Haiti after the earthquake there 5 years ago. Jeffrey Brown has the story.
5 years ago. It's much like how Lahaina's gonna go, you know? The people in Lahaina are never, ever going back to their homes. Everyone knows that? Because that was the whole thing. The lasering was to get them out of there so that they never can go back. It's like what they did in Palestine, you know? Where they just push everyone out and then they steal their land. It's like colonialism almost. It's kind of nuts.
January 12, 2010, a catastrophic earthquake ravaged
Oh, sorry, no sound.
Haiti's capital, Port-au-Prince.
I'm a
Once again,
fucking
for the
mess
way it
today,
operates.
guys. Disaster.
And how it's using the money that people donate to it. The latest item, a joint investigation by 2 news organizations pointing to what they say is a failure to deliver on promises of housing in Haiti after the earthquake there 5 years ago. Jeffrey Brown has the story.
January 12, 2010, a catastrophic earthquake ravaged Haiti's capital, Port-au-Prince, shaking whole neighborhoods to bits and leaving 1.5
Peter Thiel. How did that happen? How did this big-ass fucking earthquake happen? I'd love to see the Richter scale for this day. I'm convinced, dude, that we can tell which earthquakes are real and which ones aren't if we saw the Richter scales, but I can't find any fucking graphs of this shit.
million people homeless. The American Red Cross raised nearly $500 million for Haiti's relief, far more than any other charity. And a year after the quake, Red Cross CEO Gail McGovern announced plans to create, quote, brand new communities.
We're working on a planned
Yeah, communities of white Americans.
partnership to build permanent
Gail McGovern. This is a Lorenz. This is probably a Heidler right here.
housing for people that were left homeless during the earthquake. Under this partnership, USAID would identify and prepare at least 2 locations in Haiti for permanent homes that would include roads, drainage, and other infrastructure. The plan is that the American Red Cross would build these homes, including water and sanitation.
But an
Gug says, I'm getting a feeling that the Red Cross is connected to all the missing children. Dude, Gug, I'm getting the same fucking feeling. That's why I wanted to do this tonight. Because, it's so weird. It's like so counterintuitive, right? Well, my intuition is telling me that it's true. But you would think if you just used your brain and said, this American blood charity that does all the disaster relief, they're probably doing good, right? But the answer is actually, ironically and paradoxically, no, they aren't doing good because they're actually a criminal enterprise run by demons. So yeah, it's understandable why we are getting confused because you would think that they would be doing good, right? But they're actually monsters. It's so weird. It's so funny.
investigation by
Very odd.
ProPublica and NPR has concluded the Red Cross response was plagued by failures. Despite the lofty goals, documents obtained by the 2 media organizations show that only 6 permanent homes were built with Red
Holy fuck. Did they say $500 million?
Cross funds. They also found inaccurate numbers on how many people were helped by various Red Cross programs. NPR and ProPublica say many displaced Haitians were given short-term rental assistance or housed in temporary shelters like these, prone to termite attacks and unable to withstand tropical storms. Haitians themselves say they are still struggling just to survive.
The living conditions are
But don't worry, now they've got fucking Kenyan paramilitaries just killing all of them indiscriminately.
very hard for the poor. We are sitting here and people don't really come to buy products like they used to. Things are difficult.
In a statement today, the Red Cross criticized the report and touted its accomplishments in Haiti, building and operating 8 hospitals and clinics, providing clean water and sanitation, and moving more than 100,000 people out of makeshift tents. As for housing, the agency argued that Haitian government red tape blocked it from gaining crucial land rights for building. For instance, an agreement for the New Communities project was ultimately canceled because of a land dispute. Laura Sullivan of NPR is one of 2 journalists on the team who reported this story. We invited the American Red Cross to join us, but officials there declined our offer. So, Laura, let me ask you first, give us some background on how this came about and how you reported it.
This was a partnership that NPR did with ProPublica, myself and Justin Elliott, and another reporter named Jesse Eisinger back in the fall, where we looked into Hurricane Sandy and Isaac and the Red Cross's response to those storms. And we found that they spent too much time focused on the public relations effort in those storms and failed in a lot of aspects. And then we also looked at in the fall some of the questionable things that they
the public relations, they're like, we're really focused on the PR right now, guys. This is all, and mostly our CEO's bonuses. That's what we're focused on, guys.
Say about how they're spending donors' money.
And so it was worth looking at Haiti from there.
Exactly. We ended up being able to see hundreds of pages of internal Red Cross records, emails, and memos that senior managers wrote to one another. And we also talked to a dozen current and former Red Cross employees about what happened in Haiti and what happened to the money.
Well, so on the specific issue of creating more housing, the Red Cross cites a lack of land to build on. They cite red tape that made property rights impossible. They're saying that they basically had to change course and therefore did.
And that is true. It is very difficult.
The Red Cross was like, it's really complicated. Wow.
Difficult to build in Haiti, and a lot of nonprofits had a lot of trouble, but still it is possible to do. And at this point now, 5 years after the earthquake, other NGOs have been able to build 9,000 homes. The Red Cross has had $500 million in 5 years in Haiti, and they have built 6 homes.
When you're citing the
oh man. Yeah, and they literally take your blood for free that you think you are donating to help people, and then they turn it around and sell it. Everyone knows that, right? Do not ever donate blood to them. Make them choke.
reasons for this failure, a prime one that comes through, is what you see as a lack of experience by the Red Cross in how to carry this kind of thing out.
Lack of experience? Who the fuck else would have experience?
That's something that we heard from a number of Red Cross officials and through the Red Cross's own documents, which just show that—
How dare them?
This is not an area that they have a lot of familiarity with. They have, years of experience doing immediate disaster relief.
So how does,
providing things like blankets and water, and they did that in Haiti as well. But what they do not know very well how to do and have very little experience doing is rebuilding in a developing
Then they shouldn't have taken the money, and they shouldn't have fucking said they were going to.
country. And yet they outraised other—
Yeah, a nonprofit that makes $1 billion in a year is corrupt. Shut the fuck up, dude. Oh my God. Holy fuck, dude. $3 billion? Total assets, $4 billion. Holy fuck. Biomedical services, $2 billion. Domestic disaster services, $500 million. The fuck, dude? This organization helps vulnerable people around the world prevent, prepare for, respond to, and recover from disasters. Dude, get out of here. Yeah, guys, the non-profit charity makes— wait, where does it say the $1 billion? Isn't the money that they make, isn't it contributions and grants, program service revenue, total assets, total liabilities, and net assets? Which one is the how much they made that year? whatever. Tweedledee said $1 billion, and there's billions of dollars. 3 billion, 4 billion, or 3B, 4B. Oh, look at these fucking average hours worked per week. The president and CEO 60 hours and gets $1 million. All these other board members, $0 though. They only work 2 hours a week. General counsel. Damn, all the lawyers for them get big old fucking checks. $700,000? Nice. This 3B 4B? No. Yeah, investment income. They have $76 million invested. Cash. Oh my God, bro. This is crazy. Public charity status. Dude, these guys are crooks. This is criminal.
NGOs by hundreds of millions of dollars, even after the immediate disaster relief was over, so that they could do just that.
So how does it play out? I mean, there's a certain amount of money that goes to immediate emergency relief, and I saw that a year after it happened when they were there providing all kinds of things. But you're saying that after that they didn't have the knowledge or well, they had the resources, but not the knowledge.
All kinds of things.
They had the resources, they did not have the knowledge. And one of
line 20. Of which part? These are so long. Dude, I feel like no one else has ever looked at this shit. You know what I mean?
the senior officials we talked to was in charge of their Haiti shelter program, Lee Mullaney, and he said they just never had a plan for housing. Other people we talked to said this is not anything that they knew how to do, and they were kind of flying blind in some ways in terms of being able to get these housing projects off the ground. And the housing projects that they weren't able to build any homes. They say they provided homes for 130,000 Haitians. This is another number that just did not.
Bro, if you gave me $500 million, I could get everyone on Haiti a home. I would figure it out. I've never done that before. I could figure that out easily.
Add up when we actually dug down into it.
They're like, we have all the resources in the world. We just couldn't figure it out.
The Red Cross has pushed back pretty hard at you today, saying in a statement, the Red Cross is disappointed by the lack of balance, context, and accuracy in the most recent reporting by ProPublica NPR. It is particularly disappointing to see our work misrepresented, considering we answered more than 100 questions in writing and provided an interview with the head of our international programs.
And then it is true. The Red Cross has provided a lot of disaster services in Haiti, and they have certainly spent millions of dollars providing shelter and providing, water and things like that.
Yeah, but $2 million is millions of dollars, and they got hundreds of millions of dollars.
But at the end of the day, they did not do what
they hide it in the liabilities, first page. Oh, it is the thing that I saw that I thought said. Where was it? Yeah, this, right? Total liabilities. $1 billion. And they couldn't figure out how to make more than 6 homes. That's awesome, dude.
they promised Haitians they were going to do. And they did not also do what they promised their own donors they would do. They did answer a lot of our questions. It went back and forth for many months, and it is good to have that information from them. But what that information did show for us, and what their own internal documents show, is that they were not able to provide Haitians the kind of assistance that they had promised them.
Let me just ask you finally, we can stipulate that it is hard to work in Haiti, right? To get these kinds of things. Did you see examples where...
Then you aren't the people to do it. Sorry.
Things were working, where housing
Absolutely.
was... Yes?
So that is what was one of the most interesting things about it, is that a number of NGOs have been able to build 9,000 permanent homes at this point. And we went to one project that was done by Global Communities and PCI, where we saw more than 300 homes being built. And the project now, they're building 75 more homes that have running water for people. And they say that a lot of that is because they hired Haitians to do the bulk of the work. Some of the sources and documents that we read show that the Red Cross had a very difficult problem not hiring enough Haitians, and that they had a number of expats.
Yeah, duh, because they need to drink the Haitians. They don't want to get to know them.
That were extremely expensive and also didn't even speak either of Haiti's languages. And one person said, how can you go to a meeting with Haitian government officials when you can't speak the language?
All right, Laura Sullivan of NPR, thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
It's madness, I say. Done with these fucking Red Crossers. All right, this is the Red Cross secret disaster. Charity prioritized PR over people after Superstorm Sandy. This is Hurricane Sandy. Go figure, guys.
This is Democracy
Guys, I'm starting to think this is a fucking problem, you know?
Now, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Nermeen Sheikh.
This week marks the second anniversary of Superstorm Sandy hitting the New York region, becoming one of the most destructive storms in the nation's history. After first pummeling Cuba, Jamaica, and the Dominican Republic, Sandy made its way up the East Coast. On October 29th, the hurricane blasted New York City with a record storm surge as high as 13 feet. The storm also heavily hit the Jersey Shore and parts of New England. Sandy ultimately killed 159 people along the East Coast and damaged more.
That was my first year in New York, was when Sandy hit.
More than 650,000 homes. The storm caused $70 billion in damage across 8 states. Millions were left without power, some for weeks. Well, a new investigation by ProPublica and NPR says there were actually 2 disasters during Sandy, the hurricane itself and the ensuing relief effort by the Red Cross. This is a clip from a video accompanying the investigation headlined, "The Red Cross's Secret Disaster."
It's October 2012. Superstorm Sandy barrels up the eastern seaboard from Florida to Maine. The storm leaves millions in the cold and dark. Dozens die.
Hurricane Sandy, do you mean Peter Thiel's trial run? Yeah, probably.
A star-studded relief effort helps the Red Cross rake in more than $300 million in donations. This is the untold story of that Red Cross relief effort. How one of
Shut the fuck up!
the nation's most revered charities bungled its mission and misled the public.
I think that we are near flawless so far in this operation. I'm just so proud of everything that we are doing on the ground. It is incredible.
But confidential documents and insider accounts paint a different picture.
They lost confidence in their ability to do the right thing. And so they did the next best thing, which is, what can we do to make people think that we're doing the right thing?
That was a clip from
Fake it till you make it, or fake it till you get the fucking government to kill all of your problems.
a video accompanying the new joint investigation by ProPublica and NPR called The Red Cross's Secret Disaster. The report contends that the American Red Cross bungled its response to Superstorm Sandy by caring more about its image and reputation than providing service to those in need. It alleges the organization diverted vehicles and resources to press conferences instead of using them to deliver services. And it estimates the Red Cross wasted an average of 30% of the meals it was producing in the early days of its Sandy response effort.
Well, for more, we're joined now by two guests. Here in New York, Justin Elliott, reporter for ProPublica and one of the lead authors of their new investigation, the Red Cross Secret Disaster. And in Santa Fe, New Mexico, Richard Rickenberg joins us, former disaster expert with the Red Cross, who oversaw aspects of the organization's efforts to provide food, shelter, and supplies after the 2012 storms. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! Justin Elliott, just lay out your findings.
Sure. So this investigation is based, as you mentioned, on the Red Cross's internal documents, some of their after-action reports, emails from the time, and also interviews with a lot of officials that were involved in the Sandy response, as well as victims in New York and New Jersey. And we found, first of all, that the Red Cross botched the key elements of its mission to provide relief after the storm.
Intentionally.
And I think most disturbingly, we found that one of the reasons for that was that the Red Cross's leadership has become so obsessed with burnishing the brand and public relations that it's actually undermined the disaster relief efforts and undermined some of the people on the ground, like Richard, who were trying to actually accomplish the mission of delivering aid.
Well, could you give us an example of how it is that the Red Cross diverted resources to...
Yeah, this all screams Clinton Foundation too. Exactly. I think the same thing. Like they're just family charities. They're Rockefeller / Rothschild charities.
To maintain its image or for public relations purposes, rather than providing resources to those in need?
Sure. So one example, after Sandy hit New York a couple of years ago, several officials on the Red Cross officials on the ground.
Yeah. Oh yeah, guys. Also, just reflect that that crazy tax return from the Red Cross. Just remember, at the end of that, they pay 0 in taxes. Do you know how at the end of every time you do your tax return and it's a disappointment and it makes you want to fucking blow your brains out because of how much you have to give to the Red Cross, basically you have to give to the Red Cross because of how much you have to give to the government? These blood drinkers, they give this much. Truly.
Told us that there were issues where the Red Cross's emergency response vehicles, which are sort of these van truck vehicles where there's a window and they're used to deliver food and relief items to people in affected areas, were diverted by leadership to instead be backdrops at press conferences and in photo ops. And this was done at a level that...
Oh God. Yeah, I'm sure they only had one truck. They're like, just get one and fucking slap a sticker on it.
It was actually hurting the relief effort, and this is not just drawn from...
Unreal. They said, no, we need our prop. What, you want to deliver food with this? It's our prop. Shut up.
Accounts of people at the time. We also published on ProPublica a lessons learned presentation by the Red Cross where there's a slide that says hindrances to service delivery, and the first bullet point is national headquarters, and then under that it says national headquarters was diverting assets for public relations purposes.
You talked about the Hurricane Isaac even before Sandy, the two of them, when Red Cross ordered 80 trucks and emergency response vehicles to leave the lot empty, drive around Mississippi to make it look like they were doing something.
That's right. We've talked to multiple...
What the fuck?
People who either...
Bro, it's the best part is that they can't even just fake it and like make it look legit. They have to fucking just be thieves. Dude, they could steal most of the money and provide help, and they say we're not doing fucking anything. Drive in circles.
Observed or actually took part in that incident. I spoke with one of the emergency response vehicle drivers who is a volunteer, like most Red Cross workers, had driven from North Carolina to respond to Isaac, which hit the Gulf Coast a couple months before Sandy, and told me that the Red Cross effort was actually worse than the storm, and in particular there was this incident where he was told to take his emergency response vehicle out and just drive around to make it look like they were doing something.
Well, yesterday, Democracy Now! Spoke with Laura Howe, Vice President of Public Relations for the American Red Cross. We asked her if the Red Cross diverted these vehicles and resources to press conferences like, Heidi Klum and...
Let me guess. She said, yes, we saw the error in our ways. It was stupid. We shouldn't have done that. We've totally changed. And now we are actually building houses. Did they say that?
In Staten Island to be the backdrop instead of using them to deliver services. This is how she responded.
This is just patently untrue. The Red Cross didn't host any press conferences during the first months of Sandy. We participated in a limited number of press events that were hosted by other people.
Dude, sounds a little fucking... sounds a little on edge.
Most of those took place for about 15 minutes or so. And the important thing to remember is they took place in places where service delivery was already happening. So our trucks were already there, our people were already there, and there was a response happening in those locations. So we had hundreds of requests from media outlets to see our services. And part of what we have to do is inform the public about how to get help from us. And so it stands to reason that we would do that.
That's Laura Howe, Vice President of Public Relations for the American Red Cross.
How much did Laura Howe make from that tax return, I wonder?
Us again, we had hoped that she would be on with our guest today, but they refused. We're also joined by Richard Rickenberg, the former disaster expert with the Red Cross, who oversaw aspects of its efforts to provide food during after the storms. Your response to the Red Cross, Richard Rickenberg?
Response specifically to what? What Laura Howe said?
Yes.
I think I can understand Laura's position that public relations is important. The issue that I saw in Isaac and Sandy for the first time that I worked with the Red Cross is that public relations became more important than mass care. I'd like to paraphrase something that Bob Scheifel said, who's the senior mass care chief in the country. Is it more?
Yeah, she gives the shut up and accept it tone. 'Cause I said so. Shut up.
Important to feed a person, or more important to tell the world that you fed a person?
Yes, dude, exactly. They think it's more important to tell everyone. Exactamundo. Red Cross faces credibility crisis in China. Oh my god, great find, Guggy. Added to the list. We're taking you down, Red Crossers.
And
you fucking jackasses. You don't get away with doing this bullshit.
Sandy was my 26th disaster relief operation, and Isaac and Sandy were the first time that I worked with the Red Cross that I felt it was more important for the Red Cross to tell the world they fed a person than it was to feed them.
Richard Rickenberg, what do you think accounts for this change in the focus of the work of the Red Cross? It was the 26th, Sandy was the 26th emergency operation that you worked for with the Red Cross, and Isaac and Sandy were the first times that you witnessed this emphasis on public relations rather than the provision of services. What accounts for the shift?
I think a couple of things. I think the restructuring of the Red Cross really hurt the ability of the Red Cross to do disaster relief. They had been closing down a lot of the small local chapters around the country, and when you start to do that, consolidating them into bigger chapters and also consolidating resources in Washington, D.C., when you start to do that, you start to lose your...
Dude, did a hedge fund buy the Red Cross? Come on, right? They had to have.
Your expertise and your contact with the local community, and you start to lose the volunteers who've got a lot of experience in disaster relief.
Well, let me go back to Laura Howe, the spokesperson, who talked directly about you, Richard Rickenberg, saying you had a very limited view of the Red Cross's response to Hurricane Sandy.
Mr. Rickenberg was one of 79 chiefs that served in a similar role on the Sandy operation. So given that, he had a very limited view of the operation, and that limited view lasted just a few weeks. So he reported into a much larger, much broader chain of command, and the people above him, the people that spoke to ProPublica and spoke to NPR on the record on behalf of the Red Cross, had a much, much broader view of what was happening within the organization.
That was Laura Howe of the Red Cross. Richard Rickenberg, your response.
Well, my response is that I was the mass care planning chief, first in Washington, D.C., and then I decided to go to New York City. As such, I was the senior mass care person at the scene. Laura's right in that.
Suck on that.
I can only speak about mass care, but mass care is the bulk of what the Red Cross did, and the bulk of what they do for the beginning of all disasters. And so the bulk of the Red Cross workers there are mass care workers.
Like, guys, one of the only things I knew about the Red Cross for the longest time was that Disney drove a Red Cross ambulance in World War I or II. And that means that there's something fucked up there. I honestly would believe the thing that Disney is like a German Nazi somehow. The Red Cross covered for so many Nazis, but it doesn't seem like the time, like, it's just suspicious. Anytime you hear Red Cross and then anyone famous, you're kind of like, what the frick, you know? So just keep that in mind, because that's the only other thing I knew about the Red Cross before we started diving into them because of all this shit, you know?
And I'm the one that was planning the mass care effort.
Justin Elliott.
I just want to make a point here. I mean, I just think it's sad that the Red Cross's position here is trying to sort of cast doubt on Richard's accounts. I mean...
it's what they have to do. They're a bunch of fucking weasels.
First of all, the point that he makes is obviously true. Our reporting shows that he was a high-level person responding to both Isaac and Sandy. But also, everything we reported that Richard told us
Lauren Moret, One World Religion, Handcuffs and Consolidations. I feel like we saw this lady once. She's like from these families, right? Hell yeah.
Was confirmed by other officials, and in almost all cases is actually also corroborated by Red Cross documents that we encourage.
Oh, dude, and then Gug, that's the other thing that I've heard so much, that Disney like froze himself, that now what I know about like weird legends like that is that usually they exist. That's so specific and weird, right? Why else would someone say it? Why else would we know about it? Like, that's such a weird, just like offhand joke, right? But the fact that it exists makes me think that it exists. Like, why? What the fuck? But now it's like, yeah, he's a Nazi probably.
People to look at on our website at ProPublica. I mean,
did Disney have an accent? Did he have like he didn't have a German accent, right? Yeah, exactly. When it's so specific, it has to be true. I know, that's like... It's hard to make up weird specific details, and like, that's such a weird thing. Unless it came from something, like... You know what I mean? But I don't think... Like, it's like an urban legend. Which means that it's real.
Again, there is a Red Cross, it's called a Lessons Learned presentation.
Think of all the weird shit that came true. I know, I think about it every second. I mean, dude, it's literally like every single thing that we have thought was a goof and like, you know, total bullshit that we've been told is total bullshit and to just ignore. Like, we figured out so much in the last year that, like, it's just cascading, you know? We were figuring out that so much of that stuff that we were told is lies is not fucking lies at all, dude. And that the world is fucking crazy and mysterious and like works the opposite sometimes of how you act, how you think it does. But that's cool. It's not cool for the rich slave masters that want to eat all of us, but it's cool for us because we're going to break free of this shit. We're going to free Synthara. She's going to free us. You free Palestine, you free Synthara, you free us all. Free Palestine, free Synthara, free us all.
That says a hindrance to service delivery.
Should check this shit out. Top investigator, new app. Oh, this is Nick Bryant. This is the guy who fucking stretched that picture of Barry and Bill Barr and Jeffrey Epstein. But I love him otherwise. Yeah, dude, we'll watch some of this. Epstein files and Diddy connection unsealed. Oh, 7 hours ago. Okay, that's a hot tip. But yeah. It's all connected. Like the Diddy stuff and the Epstein stuff, it's all just the Nazis. This is how they've controlled everyone for the last fucking 100 years.
National headquarters diverting aid, diverting disaster relief assets like trucks for public relations purposes. So again, that's in black and white, a Red Cross document that came out of headquarters. And as we were doing our reporting and interviewing Richard and several other officials who were on the ground, they all said that was totally true. And one point in the press conferences, there's actually pictures of the CEO of the Red Cross, Gail McGovern, participating in a press conference out in Staten Island a few days after Sandy. Again, published on our website, where you can see in the background emergency response vehicles being used as backdrops, just like Richard says. And one other point, since the story was published yesterday, I've since heard from another person who was involved in that effort, who confirmed the entire account that we published, which we already knew was true. But I mean, yeah.
Talking about the CEO McGovern, she went on NBC and said the Red Cross's response was near flawless to Sandy. Talk about your meeting minutes that you got from the Red Cross.
Right. I mean, this in some ways was kind of one of the most shocking things we found in the course of reporting, as you mentioned about.
Bro, dude. These are freshly painted. Look at these ambulances. Oh my God, bro. This is a setup, dude. This is literally medical supplies written on the side of the box. We have been, dude, this is literally like exactly what they were doing to us, except dumber in Palestine, right? Everyone was like, they're blockading the Palestinians. They can't get any medical aid in. So they said, oh, no, we did. See? And then they wrote medical supplies on pieces of paper and taped them to empty boxes. Oh, so funny, guys.
2 or 3 weeks after Sandy, the CEO of the Red Cross, Gail McGovern, went on national television, NBC, because there were some questions sort of anecdotally on the ground of sort of where was the Red Cross, and she said our response effort so far has been, quote, near flawless. Just a few weeks later, there was a meeting of Red Cross executives at sort of the vice president level, which is the highest position in the organization below CEO, and they're just painting a totally starkly different picture, saying things like, and again, we published this, we didn't have the sophistication for this size job. Multiple systems failed.
Bro, you had $500 million? I could, in 1 week, I could build more than 6 houses with $500 million.
You know, our biggest challenge is the skill set possessed by our workforce, which gets to something that Richard mentioned, which was, there's a little bit of a backstory here. There's been restructurings and layoffs in recent years, and a lot of experienced disaster responders have left. So the sort of public version of what happened that was given by the CEO compared to just a couple weeks later, the behind closed doors version, were just utterly at odds with each other.
And Richard Rickenberg, when you first noticed the failings of the Red Cross while you were still employed there, you raised some of your concerns.
But don't worry, it's because none of it's true. It's just because they stole the money. They just stole the money, and they just are gonna try every excuse until we fucking stop them.
With your colleagues and your superiors, could you explain what you did and what kind of response, if any, you received?
Yes, I was very upset about the response to Hurricane Isaac, because I think we made some very important decisions that were fundamentally against our principles. I mean, in my mind, they were fundamentally immoral decisions. Bob Scheifel and I was with Hurricane Isaac in Florida, and then I went to Mississippi, where we really weren't prepared for a hurricane that we should have been very easily prepared for.
Yeah.
So Bob Scheifel, who was in Louisiana,
not prepared for a hurricane in Florida? What?
And I contacted the vice president of the Red Cross, Trevor Riggin. I sent him an email, and I sent him my travel report from Mississippi and Florida, and said that we're very upset about what we saw there, and we asked to meet with him and 2 other vice presidents in Washington, D.C., which he agreed to do. So we ended up flying to Washington, D.C. in October and presenting him with our concerns.
This goes back to, I mean, it can go back before, but Justin Elliott, for example, Hurricane Katrina. What was the Red Cross's response there? And what ultimately most shocked you in your reporting?
Sure. I mean, the Red Cross has had a tough past sort of decade and a half. There were scandals involving financial mismanagement after September 11th. They raised a lot of money.
Guys, come on. Every single natural disaster that they've ever touched, there's a scandal. Guys, maybe they're not doing good. Like, when are we gonna fucking wake up, man? How many fucking times?
I believe over $1 billion. And then after Katrina, one interesting thing about the Red Cross is it's actually created by Congress, so there's some congressional oversight, and Congress actually forced an overhaul after Katrina. The new CEO, Gail McGovern, was brought in a couple years after Katrina, and sort of publicly it seemed like things had stabilized a little bit. But I mean, just in general, the thing that sort of was most surprising is that behind the scenes, talking to many officials who either used to or currently work at the Red Cross, have lost faith in the leadership. And part of that has to do with sort of basic issues of competence in responding to disasters, but part of it also has to do with the sort of values of the management that at this point seem to
their Nazi values.
Prioritize public relations and sort of the brand above the actual hard work.
They get $300 million from one superstar concert, and you have Occupy Sandy. Talk about that offshoot of Occupy Wall Street, and what happened on the ground with people who had almost nothing.
Right. So, I mean, the $300 million is actually the Red Cross's overall fundraising for Sandy, part of which was from this celebrity concert. But yeah, there were some volunteer sort of groups, including Occupy Sandy, which was a sort of offshoot of Occupy Wall Street. that sprang into action after Sandy, and
noise.
Some of those people are quoted in my piece, where those groups were, for example, in the Rockaways, one of the.
I heard that Tim Pool was part of the what was it called? Occupy Wall Street shit, and that he also was writing fan fiction of Game of Thrones stuff. And then he just made it big and got to make his own media empire because he's such a charismatic, interesting guy who just has funny, coherent things to say. You know what I mean? Like, everyone should be able to tell that the feds are controlling all of us by the people that are famous, like, you know, that are in front of us, because they are all rizless dicks. They suck. They have no charisma. None of them, bro. They're clones. They don't even have souls. How could they have a fucking...
most devastated areas out in Queens, and they didn't really see the Red Cross until a couple weeks after the storm. So, you know, and they were sort of operating on a shoestring budget. I mean, I think one of the reasons we thought that this was so important to do is, as you say, when there's a big disaster, most Americans, you know, they're seeing these terrible images on their television screen, and they want to do something, and they give money to the Red Cross. And to be clear, you know, I believe.
Yeah, I bet, like, fear and terror and stuff like this does incredible things for tithing. Am I right?
That it's an incredibly important institution, and there's a lot of good people that have worked there and do work there, like Richard, who are trying to, who are real experts, who are trying to do disaster relief. So it's very unfortunate.
Cue the guy with American flag in hurricane propaganda to kill another 20 more Americans.
That a lot of, you know, a lot of that money was squandered.
We want to thank you very much, and we'll certainly link to your reports at ProPublica. Justin Elliott, reporter for ProPublica and one of the lead authors for this new investigation.
Like, dude, there's really no excuse for them other than we stole the money because we wanted to steal it. Like, dude, I'm sorry. You could do incredible things with $500 million, and they made 6, I bet, shitty houses. Like, what? It's so fucked up. Like, they should be giving... Yeah, like, first off, they should have been hiring Haitians. Like, who the fuck? Of course they want to build their homes, you know? And then... what else? I mean, there's just, dude, $500 million? You couldn't do more than 6 houses with that? Come on. And then they got a profit of $1 billion. Untaxed profit.
The Red Cross's secret disaster. Richard Rickenberg, thanks so much also for joining us, former disaster expert with the Red Cross, who oversaw aspects of the Red Cross efforts to provide food, shelter, and supplies after Hurricanes Isaac and Sandy. He was speaking to us from Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Nice. All right, what do we got here? Hell yeah, we're going down Red Cross Alley again. Red Cross defends response to Hurricane Sandy 2 years on. Oh my God.
Today marks 2 years since Superstorm Sandy slammed into the East Coast.
Wait, is this the one we just watched?
Leaving enormous damage in its path. As is often the case, the Red Cross was at the center of major relief activity, but
yeah, at the center of major relief controversy also.
Its efforts and its coordination at the time are now the subject of new scrutiny. Howling winds and sheets of rain pounded New Jersey and New York.
Dude, this storm was biblical. It was so scary. It broke it was the only time that I lived not at my apartment. It was because it was during when I came here for my internship at Daily Show. So for the 6 months that I lived here for that, because I didn't know if I was moving back here. I moved back home to Wisconsin after my my internship was over. It was just 6 months. But, or maybe 5 months, 4 months, I forget. But dude, I lived in the top floor of this brownstone in Bed-Stuy, and they had this beautiful skylight, bro. It was awesome. But the thing ripped off of the roof from Sandy, flew away. ripped the fuck off, was just pouring into the center of the house because the skylight was above the staircase. You know, brownstones just usually have an open staircase that's like on one side of the building, and then you go up a flight of stairs, and then it comes around, and then it goes back, you know, and on each floor there's another entrance to someone else's apartment. But mine was on the very top floor, and the skylight was right above it. And bro, it ripped the thing off and just poured down the stairs for a whole day. It was crazy. It sounded horrifying. It's literally I was like, oh, I'm gonna get twistered. This is the scene in Twister when they've got to like lash onto the pipes with the belts and like hold on. It was horrifying. And dude, the funniest part is I was so stupid. I was like, everyone was like, oh, go get food. Go make sure you get food, and you know, because everyone knew the storm was coming. They're like, make sure you get everything. I went there and I got a bunch of frozen stuff. And then the power went out. It's like such a dumb guy, right?
Storm made landfall late on October 29th, 2012. Millions of people lost power as water poured into the streets, flooding subways and tunnels. When it was over, oceanfront communities lay devastated, with thousands of homes damaged or destroyed and 182 people dead. The Red Cross helped lead the relief effort, with endorsements coming from the highest levels.
Yeah, a Lebensborn.
The Red Cross knows what they're doing. They're in close contact.
Dude, isn't it so, like, it all makes so much sense now, right? This is how it works. It's everyone scratching each other's back, and meanwhile, they all are just hiding that they're fucking secretly Klone family. They went to Klone High together. They're all hiding that. None of them have dads. None of them have fucking family. They're all just random people that just, poof, appeared.
Contact with federal, state, and local officials. They will make sure that we get the resources to.
And then look, the President of the United States. He's saying how good the Red Cross is doing. They never have to do anything. They never have to fucking answer for all the crimes they do.
Those families as swiftly as possible.
But today, a report released by NPR and ProPublica painted a starkly critical picture of the agency's
These fucking Knights Templar motherfuckers.
Actions.
In many cases after Sandy, the Red Cross just didn't show up to the most devastated areas until weeks after.
They're like, it was too hard to get there. The roads were flooded.
For the storm.
ProPublica reporter Justin Elliott says internal documents and interviews with current and former Red Cross staffers found some decisions were dictated by appearances.
Several Red Cross officials who worked on the Sandy effort complained at the time that emergency response vehicles, which are used to deliver relief items like blankets and also food, were diverted by headquarters to be backdrops at press conferences as well as at photo ops with celebrities.
The report says logistical problems and communication snafus led to wasteful spending and unmet needs.
There was a lot of waste of food in the aftermath of Sandy and the Red Cross relief effort, partly because the Red Cross was failing to get intelligence about where victims were, so they were making meals that they couldn't find people to distribute them to.
The Red Cross today defended its performance and called the report distorted and inaccurate. For more of that response, we turn to Susie DeFrancis, the Chief Public Affairs Officer for the American Red Cross. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Gwen.
One of the things that this ProPublica NPR report cites is a lessons learned memo, some minutes of a lessons learned meeting, in which Red Cross officials themselves said that multiple systems failed.
Well, Gwen, after every major disaster, we take a look at everything, and we want to know what went wrong and what went right. What's wrong with this report is it doesn't show any of the good work that the Red Cross did. As you show.
Oh my God, dude. See, they never have to answer for their fucking crimes.
This was a
And look, the people coming on to talk about the Red Cross are Red Cross employees. She's got a pin on.
massive disaster with huge challenges in getting.
Bro, then you are not the people to take it on, you goofies. Give the money back. Ah, but it's not about helping the people, right? It's about you fucking getting paid.
Food to people and relief to people. And yet the Red Cross, we were able to distribute about 17.5 million meals and snacks. We had 7 million relief items.
That feels like some weird roundup math, you know? 17 million? What are you talking about, lady?
Items that we distributed, and not just the typical cleanup kits. We were distributing gloves and hats because, as you remember, there was a snowstorm on top of it. We had 17,000.
Dude, that is even more proof that it was Peter Thiel. There's a snowstorm on top of it. That was Peter Thiel and DARPA. For sure.
People deployed.
Look at this lizard woman. This reptile skeleton.
And most of them were volunteers.
I guess this isn't the question they're raising what didn't get done, not what did get done?
Well, Gwen, as I said, we look at all these things after a disaster, and we know that a disaster, by definition, something's going wrong. And you're pulling together a whole bunch of volunteers who may not have always worked together, but you're trying to get food and relief to people. And of course, there are going to be problems, but the reason that you look at it is so you can find them and fix them and make sure they don't occur again.
Let me ask you very specifically about some of the findings in this report. One of them is that, for instance, when we thought that Hurricane...
Yeah, see, this one doesn't have captions either, dude. What the fuck?
Isaac was headed to Tampa, that the Red Cross deployed a lot of folks to Tampa. The hurricane never hit, and the people never moved.
Well, I wish weather forecasting could be, you know...
Dude, literally, chasing vibes. Red Cross couldn't find people because they were harvesting. The Red Cross equals Knights Templar Cross, yeah. And then... here's $500 for your $1 million home that's flooded. Take it or leave it. That's what they're doing to everyone in Lahaina, right?
Hindsight's 2020.
Like, dude, the people in Lahaina need to just bust through the police barricade and rebuild your fucking home. Don't ask. Just do it. All of you at the same time. Well, they'll probably fucking Tiananmen Square you guys, but... worth it. It's either that or you're gonna live in a fucking motel for the rest of your life.
We're following the cone, the hurricane cone that the National Hurricane Center puts out. And we have to move people 5 days in advance. We can't wait till everybody knows where it's going to land. Tampa's a very vulnerable area, has a lot of seniors.
You guys, think about it. It's like, as fucked up as it is, this is exactly what's going on. These people are colonizers. They were colonizers before this. Their daddies were colonizers. This is all they know is colonizing and human trafficking, right? But they figured out and realized that, oh, we can't. It's not going to be socially acceptable for us to be open colonizers, right? It's not okay for us to be open slavers and sex traffickers. So we've got to fucking mask it. Like, dude, this is so fucked. So they know what they do is fucked up, and they've just figured out ways to fucking mask it all. And the way that they figured out how to do that is called deception and acting and lying. That's it. It's all a show.
It was prone to flooding, and yes, we put our people there because that was the right thing to do. We had
and like, you know, so they're used to go steal something from somewhere, bring it back, sell it, endless profit because we killed the people that we took it from. So there's no bartering or anything here, you know. But so it's not okay to do that anymore. So what do? They want to resell Hawaii. They want all of Hawaii. And luckily for them, a bunch of lowlives that they think are worth literally less than their lizard skin. They say, oh, it's all these poor fucking people that live on this part that we want. Let's just burn them off, dude. And then they get to say, oh, we didn't do it. But the Red Cross is still the one who's going to own all these fucking homes. Watch. Because I think that there's like a thing. What were people talking about? That you can't like Isn't there like a Red Cross Israel clause in some of these too, that you like can't accept money, donation, you know, Red Cross money without saying that you aren't gonna like say anything about Israel and shit? Like, it's all very, very obvious and open, and they just know that they can't be open colonizers, so they have to mask it, which is why they do all this fuck shit, you know? It's to try and remove them, be one step away from it. Like, they're just the ones reaping the benefits now, you know? But we don't also see them doing the initial crime.
An agreement.
That's the old way. But they're also not smart, so they only stay one step removed. That's all they've ever done. It's really dumb, honestly. It's like very stupid.
Local officials in Tampa that we would staff about 100,000 people in shelters.
But not move them once the...
Well, you can't move people right away.
Staff them? You're gonna staff 100,000 people? Like, they think about all their people that they're supposed to help as their employees.
If the storm is going up the coast, because we don't want to put our volunteers in harm's way.
What about the charges or the findings that so much happened because of public relations purposes? Trucks were deployed to back up press conferences, for instance.
Well, this one I have to really smile at, because I'm the Chief Public Affairs Officer at the American Red Cross, and I don't tell anybody where those emergency response vehicles go. That's the job of the disaster responders. That's the lens through which it's done. And the example that ProPublica cited, that was a staging area where we were sending relief trucks primarily at the request of the borough president from Staten Island, because they had huge needs in Staten Island. Those trucks were full of food. They were delivering food. So when the cameras went away from a press conference, the Red Cross was still there delivering food.
How about the food that wasn't delivered? The meals that were wasted, that went to the wrong place, the people who remained hungry even after the effort?
Well, as I said, we serve 17.5 million meals and snacks. At one point, Gwen, if you took all the people in a...
The meals and snacks add-on is concerning. That makes me go, what lawyer is like a lawyer counting every, you know, they gave someone a bag of popcorn and they're counting every kernel as a snack, you know?
Sold out Yankee and Giant Stadium. We were reaching all of them every...
Yeah, here's a contract you have to sign for aid type shit. That's what they do, literally.
Every day for weeks. Now, there's always going to be in that much food some waste, but certainly nothing along the lines that was reported by ProPublica.
So what did you mean then, just coming back full circle, to multiple systems failing? What was that admission?
Well, I can't comment on multiple systems failing. What we saw was a very effective response that served millions of people when their help was urgently needed. And we learned some lessons from it that we continue to apply and we continue to improve. We haven't been a response organization for 130 years without making some changes to get better. And we'll be there at the next response and we'll be even better.
Susie DeFrancis?
130 years. Yeah, this lady gets probably a cool $750,000 or something.
Of the American Red Cross, thank you.
Thank you, Gwen.
She's like, thanks, biatch.
Zero accounting software.
I'm gonna make Taylor Lorenz's fucking mom or grandma come and murder you now, biatch. What is this one? Lord Jacob Rothschild confronted. Oh my goodness. Look at this lizard.
Mr. Rothschild, how you doing, sir? Can you tell us what went on at the Bilderberg meeting this year? Sorry? Could you tell us what went on at the Bilderberg meeting this year?
I didn't get that, actually, no.
I didn't get that, you know, that's, you know. I didn't get that, is, you know. Dude, yeah, why so shiny? Why so this? Oh, don't you know? Skip it. Oh, you
weren't there? No.
What went on last year?
No, I wasn't there last year. I think that was my cousin.
Your cousin was there?
Yeah, I think so. Okay. Good night.
Do you have a couple minutes for us, Mr. Rothschild? We have a few additional questions.
Imagine how funny it'd be if he stepped in the street and got hit by a car. It would just be hilarious ending to this video. Is this New York, bro? I dream about fucking stumbling into one of these bitches on the street.
The question inside of it was saying that the Federal Reserve was one of these organizations. It's one of these organizations that a lot of people say is the source of inhumane products all across the world because it's a private bank that was started by your family.
No, it's completely untrue. I was asked that earlier. It really isn't true. No.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you over the vowel sounds that your fucking poshness makes when you talk. Can you speak English, brother? Oh no, there's nobody. Oh no, it's not my brother.
Island, 1913, sir. Sir, just one thing. We could go about how
He gets smashed by a bus. Oh man, that would be such a good ending. He gets Meat Joe blacked.
your family committed all these acts against society, but we just want to let you know the New World Order has no legitimacy, and that we as a people are not afraid, and we are waking up to the robber barons and the big banksters who are looting this economy with the Federal Reserve.
Well,
look at him. He's well, I'm gonna kill your whole family. Well, not me personally, but one of my butlers. Dude, he literally didn't. He couldn't say it. Well. This is what I mean, dude. All these people, you remove their yes men. Dude, you put me in a room with Lord Baron Rothschild. He is in the fetal position within 5 minutes. Elon Musk, it'll take me 2 minutes to have him suckling at mommy cat dad's titty, you know? Suckling. Wanting to share the truth, wanting to stop this madness. Peter Thiel, give me 1 minute with the man. He's crying in a ball in the corner. This guy goes, hey, just so you know, we're all waking up to your bullshit and we're not going to take it anymore. He goes, well, I'm malfunctioning. Where's my yes men? Where are my hype beasts?
And that we as a people are not afraid, and we are waking up to the robber barons and the big banksters who are looting this economy with the Federal Reserve.
Well,
you fucking idiot. Dude, where did you get that education from? Eton or whatever? Where's that from? Is that a Cambridge education? Was that a Cambridge comeback? Oh my god. Yeah, Cambridge come on your back like Kim Kardashian, am I right? Oh man. Well, brother, I'm not sure what to say. Oh, no one has ever confronted me with nothing before. Oh, we watched this one. We saw that. Dude, this fucking tax return. Wouldn't that be nice, right? Okay, I want to watch a couple seconds of this. Wait. Or no, let's watch this thing with
Backroom.
With what's his face first. This Rothschild. We'll keep all the Rothschild stuff together before we jump into Epstein land.
Backroom deals, betrayal, and a war that's lasted almost 100 years. This is what happened when the richest family in the world decided to create their own.
Lord Rothschild claims his family created Israel. It's called Israel.
Country. In 1917, the Rothschilds, the trillion-dollar family that invented modern-day banking, used their money, power, and influence to strike a secret deal with the British government. That deal eventually led to the creation of the country of Israel. But what makes this story more bizarre is the crazy personality of the man who orchestrated this deal, Lord Walter Rothschild. Walter Rothschild was an enigmatic mega-billionaire with so much money that instead of using horses to pull his carriage, he imported zebras from Africa just to show off. This same billionaire also had a super weird hobby of gathering insects and bugs,
No, that sounds accurate for a Rothschild.
eventually amassing over 1 million butterflies, moths, and other insects. The Jews are some of the most intelligent, industrious people in the world. However, for years, the millions of Jews scattered around Europe had been trying to secure a large piece of land to start the country of Israel. But no matter how hard they tried, they got nothing.
And this is all bullshit. The Rothschilds are not Jewish, bro. It's all a big fucking lie. It's all a lie so they can steal Israel. Because they work for the Vatican.
That was until they linked up with the super rich Walter Rothschild, a man who could change the world with the snap of his finger. By the early
Yeah, literally. Yeah, I'm Jewish. that was Santos, right? He's like, I'm mostly Nazi, but I'm Jewish. Dude, I miss Santos. Come on.
1900s,
Give him back his job. He was the only one I liked.
the Rothschilds were already the most powerful family in Europe. They were so wealthy that they had even given loans to the entire country of France to stabilize the economy. However, aside from their power, the Rothschilds also had a reputation for being extremely ruthless. They wouldn't hesitate to wield their power as a weapon, to bulldoze through their enemies and crush anyone who opposed them. If the Rothschilds wanted...
Would you say, like, they would be willing to do, like, I don't know, a vast conspiracy using all of their vast resources and use that to create all, or make all of us into slaves? Would they do that? They wouldn't do that, right? Because that would be fucked up if they did.
did something,
Jerwish with an accent.
they'd better get it, or they'd be hell to pay. Walter Rothschild made the calls he needed to make, pulled the strings he needed to pull, and in 1917, the British government sent Walter an official letter promising to do everything within their power to provide land for the creation of Israel. That letter...
Dude, are we the first people to find out that the Rothschilds are definitely not Jewish? Like, it feels good to know the frickin' truth, right? They're just liars. They just lie about everything. They are doing minstrels. They're minstreling. I bet the fucking Vatican set them up as the minstrels, and that is where they get this shit from. Because otherwise, dude, you know, it's like the same thing why we see the man boy love shit repeated, I think, because it all stems from George H.W. Bush, bro. They did it to him, and then he became the head of the CIA, and then go figure, dude, Mossad and the CIA exclusively basically use these being, you know, these people being pederasts. Like, that shit doesn't happen out of nowhere, you know? It all stems from it happening to HW, because when HW started this fucking kid drinking program, I'm sure this is how he taught people to do it, because this is how he knew he could do it. Because it happened to him. You know, it's like, this is why we keep seeing that all these people we've been told are Jewish, like Larry David and Seinfeld and all these people, it's why we keep finding out that they're minstrels. It's because the original Jewish family that we've been told about is a minstrel family. They're fucking liars. And dude, I don't even think that there's a small chance that they're, you know, secretly, or like, I don't think that they're Jewish, like, in any way. They don't practice. Dude, if you ask them questions about Judaism, there's no way they know it. It's all just a big facade. It's all a big lie. They're literally the false opposition Jewish people. The Vatican set them up as false oppo Jewish people. Oh, man. Yeah, we're definitely going to get killed one day, but I don't care. It's been fun because we figured out the truth, bro. The truth feels good. for me, because I didn't do anything. I didn't do any of this bad shit, you know? I don't have nothing to fucking answer for. I live my life with dignity, unlike these Zionists.
Designed the map of the world. And if you need proof, we have a copy of that letter.
November the 2nd, 1917. Dear Lord Rothschild, I have much pleasure in...
Yeah, they were born with ice in their veins over a country the size of Texas. That's why there has to be something else. Like, dude, what is that big dome rock thing that they're on? Is that a fucking pyramid? Is that a covered pyramid? Like, there is something else there. There's like a, you know, bro, they went to war with Iraq over a Stargate. Like, that's what this feels like. Like, it's not about the deposit of oil underneath Gaza, because that's something, but that's just one of the things that they just do during this. You know, like, they have many octopus tentacles of making money during chaos. They literally, what's the phrase? They're creating the new world through chaos. And so each of their tentacles has a different way of making money, right? Like, one of the ways is doing tanks for kidneys, where the Rothschilds are overseeing human fucking organ trafficking and just sex trafficking, child trafficking. The Red Cross is overseeing that in Ukraine, in Palestine, in any place that they stir up this kind of fucking chaos, you know? And it's perfect that they've got the Nazi Putin Goebbels running Russia, the Nazi Biden, the fucking Nazi King Charles. They're all Nazis, and they all pretend to fight each other. But it's all controlled, and they know at the end of the day that no one is ever going to hurt one of their little palaces. The only people who get hurt are us, normal people. Dude, it's so crystal clear in my head. I love it. It's amazing. It's fully open. And it's because of their arrogance and the brutality that they've totally told on themselves, you know? We know. I will never be gaslit about this, dude. Fuck these Rothschilds.
To you, on behalf of His Majesty's government, the following declaration of sympathy with Jewish Zionist aspirations, which has been submitted to and approved by...
Yeah, order through Nancy Chaos.
...by the cabinet.
So it's possibly the most famous...
Yeah, dude, the pyramids have to be like Stargates and or power... Like, they're probably everything. Power stations. I think they literally kept the whole Earth in the same vibratory frequency, kept all of us in it. I think it did free electricity, bro. Like, if you look at all of the classical, like, monuments and shit, that looking at it now, you absolutely know for a fact that those things were not made from human hands. They were fucking 3D sculpted. They were 3D modeled, dude. They were 3D printed, essentially. Like the Colosseum, all that shit. It's not fucking human made, bro. You know what it looks like it was made? How it was made? It looks like it was cut out of a quarry, or in a quarry or whatever, with some type of 3D cutter. And then, bro, if you look at where all of these different landmarks are, each one looks like it's in the way of a highway. Like, all through, from Egypt through fucking China and stuff. It's like each of these monuments is spaced out, you know, so many dozens of kilometers or whatever, and they go forever, bro. It's a highway. It's a network of, like, drone electricity, you know. They're like cell towers that literally give everything electricity, I think. And yeah, the pyramids of Giza are absolutely, definitely not tombs. At the very least, I think that they made energy for us. But yeah, I think they could be Stargates for sure. Thoth says that they're reincarnation chambers. Like, that sounds like a Stargate too to me, you know? It could be like you know, maybe there's like something lost in translation there, and Stargate is reincarnation or something, but it's more than a tomb, bro. And I can't wait for them to turn on when Betelgeuse blows up. I can't wait to see the sky be fucking deep red, baby. I'll know that it's almost over.
Letter in modern Jewish history, and it begins with 3 words. Dear Lord Rothschild.
That letter, nicknamed the Balfour Declaration, is proof that it was the Rothschild family that created Israel. But there's even more evidence. In this interview, the head of the Rothschild family proudly explains how his ancestors created Israel. The interviewer begins by asking the question that was on everyone's mind.
Why was it that this letter was sent by the Foreign Secretary to your great-uncle Walter?
The reason is obvious. Because it was the Rothschilds' money, power, and influence that made the British
they're so ugly.
Government fall in line. Years later, Britain kept their promise to the Rothschilds and provided a large piece of land to start Israel. And in May 1948, the State of Israel was officially created. Although this was good news, the Rothschilds were just getting started. What the Rothschilds did next was even more impressive. They invested millions of dollars into Israel, building schools, roads, and everything needed to turn that piece of land into a beautiful country. James Rothschild single-handedly paid for Israel's Congress building, while Dorothy D. Rothschild paid for Israel's Supreme Court building.
I mean, it's kind of like, it's not really that pretty, right? Like, it all kind of just feels like, how do we get the most amount of whitish people in here as possible, right? Like, it's not really, sorry, but it doesn't seem, look at this pyramid right here.
However, the more money the Rothschilds spent, the more problem.
Like, I don't want to live in a place that's just surrounded by fucking 40-foot walls and barbed wire and rows and rows and rows of carbon copy fucking houses with a bunch of assholes living in.
They created. Why? Because the land the British.
Oh yes, I am from the Middle East. Can't you tell from my accent? It's a French mixed with you know how you say it, Middle East.
Gave to Israel actually belonged to another group of people called the Palestinians. And that land dispute sparked the series of conflicts between Israelis and Palestinians that's gone on for decades. But we're not here to talk about the war. We're talking about power, specifically the power of the Rothschild dynasty. Whatever you've heard about how powerful the Rothschilds are is nothing compared to the true scale of their influence. YouTube has dozens of videos about the Rothschilds, but this one is different. Because instead of merely talking about the Rothschilds, we'll sift through centuries of history to reveal 5 times the Rothschild family used money, violence, and power to reshape reality and mold the—
Like, dude, King Charles and this guy are related. They look so much alike, right?
world in their own.
Like, they're both, I bet they're both Lorenzes, Heidlers, Nazis.
Starting with the time when the Rothschilds invented the banking industry that we have today. And the way they did it is more brutal than you can imagine. The Rothschilds didn't get into banking because they wanted to make the world a better place. They did it because they wanted power. And this thirst for power started in 1744 with Mayer Amschel Rothschild. From a young age, Mayer lived by the code that money is power. But even though he needed money to get power, Mayer was born to a middle-income family living in the ghettos of Frankfurt. However, Mayer had a plan to go from rags to riches.
Yeah, right? They're like, they look like bros, dude.
As a young man, he began a money-lending business. He started with a small amount and gradually grew his capital. Though this sounds pretty straightforward, the big problem with money lending—
Dude, collecting money your whole life is literally the worst hobby anyone could have. It's so pathetic. Like, these people literally have severe addiction issues. This puts heroin addicts and shit to shame, bro.
Is that people sometimes don't pay.
This is a deep, insatiable thirst that is never quenched. These people have never felt happiness ever because they've had everything and they've never had to work for anything. And then they just fucking throw their weight around and abuse us. So fucked, dude.
What they borrow. But Mayer was a hard man, and he did whatever was necessary to get his loans paid with interest. Even from a young age, he developed a reputation as someone you shouldn't mess with. Mayer also maneuvered himself to become the personal banker of members of the German royal family. Over time, Mayer's small money lending and exchange business ballooned into a successful financial institution. But despite all his success, Mayer knew that there was one enemy that could destroy everything he had built. And that enemy was time. As Mayer grew old, he taught his financial skills to his 5 sons. More importantly, he also taught them that success isn't only based on their ability to manage money, but also to manipulate people and situations to their advantage. The game of money is deadly, and Mayer taught his sons to be more brutal than anyone they faced.
Hey, do you think that would go on to include stuff like, say, you know, big conspiracies, networks of people working in tandem behind everyone's back and gaslighting them all to believe that they, you know, aren't working in sync? Would they do something like that? Because that feels like that would fall under, like, they were taught to be the most brutal to get what they want out of people for the cheapest. Such a weird way to live, right?
After teaching them everything he knew, Mayer sent his 5 sons, Amschel, Solomon, Nathan, Carl.
Like, dude, this is a coup. This is them putting people everywhere to take over everything, and they did it.
And Jacob to different parts of Europe to dominate the banking sector. He figured if a Rothschild controlled the flow of money in the different parts of Europe, then the Rothschilds would be the most powerful family in Europe. Because money is power, and the one who controls the money has all the power. The Rothschild brothers spread their banking business to different cities, like London, Paris, Vienna, and Naples. They applied the shrewd tactics their father taught them, and it worked. Very soon, the Rothschilds had created the world's first international bank. This Rothschild strategy created the blueprint for how banks open international branches today. International banks exist because the Rothschilds did it first. But they had more banking moves in store. The Rothschilds also invented the concept of using government bonds to raise money for the government. As they controlled more and more money, the Rothschilds became more and more powerful.
Did you see that lizard? Look at him. He's so weird looking. He's like, you rang?
And more powerful.
Get out of here, you freaky butler.
Than entire governments. Years later, when countries wanted to set up central banks, guess who they called? The Rothschilds. The Rothschilds helped create central banks in many countries, like the Bank of England and the Banque de France. The next time you walk into a bank, say thank you.
The Banque de France.
To the Rothschilds. Although, for every good thing the Rothschilds did, they also did equally brutal things, like making money off the death.
Wait, this dude's saying these guys did anything good?
And slaughter of millions of people. This brings us to the second time the Rothschilds changed reality, when they decided the fate of the free world. In the 1800s, Napoleon Bonaparte was on a mission to take over the world. Napoleon was the greatest military strategist on Earth. He could outthink, outwit, and outsmart anyone on the battlefield. The problem with Napoleon was that he wasn't satisfied with merely being a rich soldier in the French army. He wanted to rule the world, and so he launched a campaign to fight and conquer every country in the world till he was ruler of the universe. How crazy is that? At first, people thought Napoleon was overrated. But they started taking him seriously when he kept defeating his enemies on the battlefield. At a certain point, it seemed like Napoleon was going to become the most powerful man in the world, even though at the time, the Rothschilds were the most powerful people in Europe. And so, in an attempt to maintain their power, the Rothschilds did something so evil that it could make the devil cry.
What?
While the world was fighting against Napoleon,
Let me guess, they did a false flag and they lied about something so they could get into a deep war or something?
the Rothschilds decided to play both sides. War is expensive. The British needed money to pay soldiers and buy weapons.
Oh, he's doing the King Charles hand thing.
Delay in getting the necessary weapons could allow
Oh, and Jayborn got it. Rothschild funded both, probably.
Napoleon's army to rush in and defeat the British. The Rothschilds took advantage of this situation to give quick loans to the British government. If lending to individuals was profitable, imagine how much more profitable lending to a government was. Even though the Rothschild loans came with heavy interest, it was what they did next that showed their diabolical genius. The Rothschilds went behind the backs of the British and offered loans to Napoleon too. By the year 1815, the Rothschilds were supplying Napoleon with gold and silver.
Literally zero honor. Zero fucking honor, dude. Zero morals. No backbone. No spine. They stand for nothing. It's fucking hilarious.
To buy weapons to attack the British, and at the same time were supplying the British with money for guns and bombs to attack Napoleon. They did this so no matter who won the war, the Rothschilds would be on the winning side. Whoever won would also owe the Rothschilds millions of pounds, meaning the Rothschilds would still be the most powerful banking family in Europe. But their strategy had a fatal flaw. By giving money to both sides, they were indirectly prolonging the war. Each day, hundreds of soldiers were slaughtered on the battlefields because the Rothschilds were funding the war. Eventually, the war ended when Napoleon was defeated at the Battle of Waterloo. The British coalition forces had won, and they owed the Rothschilds a lot of money. At the end of the war, the Rothschilds were even more powerful. Instead of celebrating, the Rothschilds had one more card they wanted to play, and by the time they played that card, their wealth would increase 100-fold in just 24 hours.
Yuck!
This is the third time the Rothschilds played the world. Remember when we said Napoleon was defeated at the Battle of Waterloo? While everyone saw it as a final battle for control of the world, the Rothschilds saw it as an opportunity to increase their wealth, and they did it in the most terrible way.
Yeah, dude, I don't look at this business extremism shit as genius. I see sad, insecure men who have daddy issues. They need to listen to Kendrick Lamar and figure their shit out and go to yoga. But instead, they drink kids' blood and traffic people for money.
To understand what they did, you need to understand how the stock exchange and bonds work. But we'll explain it as simple as possible. The Rothschilds knew that if Napoleon won the battle, everyone in Britain would be disappointed. And that disappointment...
They're like, here's how the stock exchange works. Ponzi scheme. Pyramid. That's it.
...would affect the price of the pound sterling on the stock exchange, because the pound sterling is the official currency of the British. On the other hand, if the British won, then the pound sterling would become more valuable and increase in price on the stock exchange. And so, Nathan Rothschild paid a spy to wait on the battlefield to see who won the battle. So the spy watched the battle from his hiding place and saw that Napoleon was defeated. What he did next was legendary. The spy sent a pigeon to Nathan, informing him that the British had won. This meant that the pound sterling was going to be more valuable on the stock market. But nobody else knew the British had won because the official British horse messenger hadn't arrived in London yet. Nathan knew something nobody else did, and he used this information in a way only a heartless man would. Instead of celebrating Britain's victory, Nathan ordered his agents to spread fake news that Napoleon had won. When people
they fake newsed it.
Heard this fake news, it caused panic selling of the British bonds on the stock exchange. The panic selling caused the price of the pound sterling to drop. And then Nathan, the same man who spread the fake news.
Wait. this is like almost kind of like what Peter Thiel did, right? Remember when Peter Thiel texted all of his Founders Fund friends and was like, hey, did you hear that everyone's pulling their money out of Silicon Valley Bank? Because, like, I don't know, we want to do a run on them. I mean, I think that they're doing, you know, stole all of our money. And then Peter Thiel caused a bank run. And it kind of reminds me of this, you know? It's like false opposition financial situation.
Ordered his agents to buy up all the bonds people were selling.
We've just been working our way through frickin' all the Rothschild stuff that you sent. Right now we're on, which one is this again? Lord Rothschild claims his family created Israel. And we've just been talking about how fucked up it is that the Rothschilds are cosplaying ass Jew-ish people. They're like when Santos was like, yeah, I'm Jew-ish. Oh, my hero.
At rock bottom prices. 24 hours later, when the official government messenger arrived with news that the British had won, it was already too late. The British victory made the pound sterling shoot up in value. And because the Rothschilds had bought so much on the stock market, it made the Rothschilds incredibly wealthy overnight. According to reports, the Rothschilds made the equivalent of $6 billion due to that single move. And this set the stage.
And just so everyone knows, that is what I would consider cheating. They lied. They got insider information. Dude, there's so many lies and so many fucking bad, like, moral-less shit that they did. It's so fucked up what they do, man. It's literally through and through wrong, like, morally, ethically, everything.
For the next time Rothschilds changed the world by controlling how people think. Here's how they did it. The Rothschilds had amassed more money than they could spend in their lifetime, and the 5 sons taught their children the same lessons their father had taught them.
Yep.
Very soon, the next generation had the opportunity to put those lessons into practice. As the years went by and technology advanced, devices like the radio and television were invented. Information was no longer spread using horseback riders. All you had to do was switch on the radio or TV, and you could see and hear news from all over the world. This was a new era, and the Rothschilds saw it as a threat. They had lived their lives by the principle that money is power, but this new generation of Rothschilds realized that information is a new form of power. If you can control the information people hear, you can control what they do. According to sources, the Rothschilds secretly invested in media companies, television networks, Hollywood production studios, and newspapers. The data on exactly how many media companies the Rothschilds own is difficult to find. However, with an abundance of money, they could pay whatever price to gain control of the world.
Yeah, isn't that totally normal, guys? You don't get to know who owns the places that are telling you news. You don't get to know how much they were bought for. You don't get to know any of that shit. 'Cause people's biases don't have any basis on how they report news, you know? Newspaper men know that they have to overlook their biases and just report straight facts, so...
Media.
Oh
The Rothschilds controlled the flow of money for decades and then captured the flow of information as well. They were now in a position of power that no one in the world had ever seen before. The Rothschilds' 5th chess move is right out of their playbook. Apart from media, the Rothschilds made investments in other industries. They formed the Rothschild Group and threw money at the most important companies in the world.
The Rothschild Group with like 5... Look, also this piece should be a swastika right here.
Right out of their
look
playbook.
At this arrow
Apart from
logo.
media, the Rothschilds made investments in other industries. They formed the Rothschild.
Look at that. So weird. 5 arrows. Oh, is that the kids? Oh. Rothschild and Sons Limited. With a snaker.
Rothschild Group and threw money at the most important companies in the world, from the USA to Japan to Switzerland. Their stakes in these companies.
Switzerland.
gave them more power to steer the world's affairs. If they wanted to, they could influence the price of items and control the demand and supply of products and services. No one exactly knows how much the Rothschilds actually have because they've become extremely private. Although estimates say the Rothschilds own assets worth $1 trillion or more. Whatever the exact amount, the Rothschilds are definitely sitting on the largest pile of wealth in history.
Guess which country the offshore bank accounts for the Contras were in? Switzerland. No! God damn it, stop. Guys, are we the best investigative team in history? The CIA should hire us, truly. We've solved all their crimes.
The Rothschilds are the ultimate rags to riches story. They are living proof that money is power, and that with enough
They're not rags to riches, though, bro.
power, you can rule the world.
And, like, every single thing that they've ever done to get money is using trickery and deceit. That should not be rewarded, ever. Like, we should poison their wells, metaphorically. God, we can't stand these people. All right, let's take a Nick Bryant break and see what this clown's talking about. Hey, bing bong. Oh my gosh. Does anyone want a bing bong?
All right, Nick, thank you for coming here and doing the podcast, man. I'm excited to talk to you today.
Great to be with you, Danny.
And it gives you an extra little bit of...
We like this guy, Danny Jones, right? Was it Billy Carson? Billy Carson did an interview with him on here. It was pretty good. He seems like a fair person. He seems like not like a complete Lebensborn right from the jump, at least.
Credibility, the fact that you were recommended.
He just kind of seems like a lib, you know? I'll take a freaking little light lib over a fucking Lebensborn any day at this point.
By Chris and Zach, who came on here to talk about the Danny Casolaro case and the octopus conspiracies.
A very good docuseries.
Yes, it was fascinating. And you are...
And he talks about Danny Casolaro too. All right, we like Danny. Let's go.
Very much wrapped up in reporting on some of the same stuff that they were.
A lot of people have actually compared me to Danny Casolaro.
Oh, really? No way.
And it was interesting because he was murdered in West Virginia.
You guys know that Nick Bryant is who we have to thank, I think, for the Black Book. He's the one who found the Black Book. Juan Rodriguez or whatever, Epstein's butler, Nick Bryant is who was in contact with him, and he got it, and it was real.
And I wrote a book called The Franklin Scandal, a story of power brokers, child abuse, and betrayal, about a big interstate child network that was run by a couple of guys.
Epstein's little black book.
Lawrence King and then Craig Spence, who was a CIA asset and lived in Washington, D.C., and his home was right for audiovisual blackmail. Now, the first time I was in Nebraska investigating that story, I did have a death threat. So then my next time out, there was a guy in West Virginia that I had to get to talk to me. So, and he really wasn't inclined to talk to me. So I drove down to West Virginia. I live in New York City. And I said, Henry,
Ooh, Nick Bryant lives in New York? Fuck. I should reach out to him.
Just in the neighborhood, and, I thought we could talk. And we talked a little bit. But so here I was in West Virginia, and I'm fully cognizant this is where Danny Casolaro has gotten murdered. And my last time out on this story, I got in a death threat. So that was a little funky for me. And because this guy had a lot of secrets. And
this particular guy you wrote to me.
Yeah, I needed him for the book. I really needed him for the book because he ran a gay escort service in Washington, D.C. And actually, he and I eventually wrote a book together. But CIA assets would use his gay escorts to compromise closeted politicians.
Jesus Christ! Yeah, this is a dark world. It's a really, really dark world.
It's a very dark world. I mean, I'm a light guy, but I'm in a dark world. So I think if I was a dark guy in this dark world, I probably would have offed myself by now. Not that I'm planning on offing myself in the near future.
Yeah, don't say that, man. Don't say that. You're not suicidal, if anyone's curious.
I am not. No.
You were also the guy.
Bro, that is a weak-ass safety check. You're going to have to up your safety check game. It has to be something like this. Hey, it's me, Nick Bryant. Just so you know, I just recently released a book. I'm on Danny Jones' podcast. So if you can't tell, I'm fucking loving life, okay? Never gonna hurt myself. Never thought about it. Never will think about it. If anything ever happens, if I get hit by a bus, you know it was the CIA. Like, Danny, Nick, it's got to be like that, dog.
The original guy who uncovered Epstein's little black book and made it public.
I was the guy that published Epstein's black book, yes. I had the Franklin scandal got published in 2009, 2010, and I'd spent 7 years on it. And it was dark. I mean, I went as deep into network as someone can go. I interviewed like one of the...
I'd actually need to get Nick Bryant's Franklin scandal book, because the book that I love and know the most is I think it's written in like the 90s. I'm pretty sure. But Nick Bryant's, I think, is like way, more recent. So he probably has a bunch of shit that the first book didn't get.
Blackmail photographers. And then Henry, who was interacting with various CIA assets. Like that network, like the Epstein network, it's intelligence. I mean, it's used to
Yep, and it's the same as the North Fox Island.
Compromise people.
It's the same as fucking John Bonet.
So I went very, very deep into that network. And what I found was unbelievably horrific. So that book took a lot out of me, and we just couldn't get people to buy it. People thought...
Wait, Rat Track, you're saying Nick Bryant starts comparing faces of that interlochen young Epstein photo? Dude. I want the feds to call and threaten my life in the middle of the night. I feel so left out. Yeah, I know. I think that the reason that I mean, the feds have threatened mine, well, mostly my wife's life. Which is hilarious. But other than fucking Last Poet, I haven't gotten like an actual like... I would have to answer my phone for that to work, though. So never gonna happen. As if.
No, the government would never be part of a network. This is before Epstein. Mm-hmm. And Epstein at this point was a lone pedophile. There wasn't a network. He wasn't pandering. That's what the newspaper said he was basically a lone pedophile. And I went down there in 2012. I started looking into it in 2011. Then I went down there in 2012. Started knocking on doors and doing my thing. And I ended up with this black book. And then I brought it back to New York City because I'd been pitching Epstein, and magazines really didn't want to deal with it at all. And I figured, well, once I get the black book, they're going to want to do something with it. And so I was pitching the black book, and no one wanted to touch it. Finally, Gawker published it in 2015, and then the floodgates opened on the black book. I mean, tons of ink have been dumped on the black book, and I think only 2 publications have given me credit for it. It's kind of funny.
So you were knocking on doors, and you got a hold of it. You glossed over that pretty fast. Whose doors were you knocking on, and where specifically did you get the book?
I mean, there are sources that I can't give out, but I was talking to anybody that I thought was affiliated with Epstein. And
you're talking about like big shots, like high level Wall Street people.
No,
you're talking
like
about
I'm talking more about attorneys that were affiliated with it. Oh. And then when I got the black book, the black book has like about 150 victims.
And can you say where you got the black book?
It really wouldn't. No, I can't.
Okay, fair enough.
As much as I'd like to. The thing about
I gotta ask.
Well, I'm very good at getting documents that no one else has gotten. Like when I wrote the Franklin scandal, I got like there was a grand jury. And all that stuff was sealed. Okay. And I got all the testimony and all the exhibits from the grand jury. I'm one of those guys that people kind of trust. I mean, I think I look trustworthy. I mean,
yeah, totally.
Anyway,
yeah.
And I'm very trustworthy. But the reason why people give me stuff is because I don't tell them where I got it. So.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah. Like, it's important if you're, like, since we're all citizen journalists because we don't have any journalists anymore, it's important to always, like, protect your sources and stuff, because they're putting their life on the line sometimes, so like if you're reporting on stuff, you gotta like Nicole, when people tell her, hey, I want this off the record. Like, you have to keep that stuff straight, right? And remember what you can and can't say, because you could, you know, one day one of your sources could be like, yeah, some fucking deep undercover someone, and then you could blow their cover or whatever. It's just the, you know, what is it? It's like the code of ethics, you know, for a doctor, but you're supposed to protect your sources. But now there are no journalists, so it doesn't matter.
You got to maintain that credibility.
But anyway, so I started calling these victims, and they started talking about being flown around. And I realized this guy wasn't a lone pedophile. He was at the helm of a pedophile network. He was flying these young girls to very powerful guys. And that's the story that I came back with in New York City. That's the story that I pitched, and people were just frightened of it. And I'd had one go around with, I was pitching the Franklin scandal, which is basically almost identical to Epstein. The Franklin scandal is about Republicans, little boys, and Epstein is, for the most part, Democrats, little girls. So I was pitching the Franklin scandal, and this is at a point I had a lot of connections in the mainstream media.
Gug, you had a black helicopter circle you the day after the black helicopter came after me? That's funny.
And I could pitch it to just about...
Oh, yeah, I would blow Paul's cover for sure. Yeah, and you know, it's just... You just have to protect the ones that you care about. Fuck the ones you don't, right?
I can pitch it to a lot of different editors. So I was pitching the Franklin scandal to these editors, and I would look into their eyes, and I could see the wheels turning. They were up against cognitive dissonance, and basically what was going on in their minds was, this is a really horrible story. All these kids getting abused and it covered up. We're going to need to help Nick Bryant. Or I can just write Nick Bryant off as crazy right now, and then I can have a nice dinner with my family.
Not worry about losing my job.
Yeah. So every editor, and I had a lot of connections in, I live in New York City. I've lived there for 30 years. So I had a lot of connections in the media, and I was really surprised. You know, I knew that most of them would be spineless.
Right.
But there was only one guy that helped me, that had juice in publishing. There was only one guy.
Who's that?
His name was Malachi McCourt. His brother had written Angela's Ashes, and Malachi had published 5 or 6 books. And he was very popular. He was a very popular writer, and just he was a great wit. And he tried to help me with it, and he couldn't get any traction. So,
and how did you eventually get it in front of Gawker?
Well, John Cook.
We're talking about Epstein. You're talking about Franklin scandal, right?
Yeah, but now we can jump between Franklin and, because they're very similar. I hooked up with John Cook, and he was the editor-in-chief of Gawker at that point. And he was willing to do it. And
dude, Gawker fucking rocked, and then Peter Thiel took it down single-handedly with Hulk Hogan like a chode.
He was willing to, because at that point I had
because he hates free speech.
Passenger manifest.
Because he's a Nazi and not an American.
I was the first guy to really have passenger manifests also, that had like Clinton's name on it, and Kevin Spacey and Alan Dershowitz. I mean, I had the passenger manifest too. So Gawker was willing to do that. It's unfortunate that Gawker has since been sued into oblivion, because Gawker,
Hulk Hogan and Peter.
There it is.
Thiel.
Yeah, Peter. They outed Peter Thiel.
Outed Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel outed himself. Dude, Peter Thiel. Oh, what? People think Peter Thiel's straight? Get the fuck out of here, bro. He telegraphs it. What do you mean? So silly. He's such a dumb bitch, dude. Peter Thiel. He took away our Gawker. He took it away from us. Because he said that they said that he's gay. You said you're gay, Peter. You are gay.
Is gay, and Peter's kind of a fascist, and he said to everybody, anybody that sues Gawker, I will pay for it.
Yes.
Right. So that's how Gawker got taken down. And it's really unfortunate, because Gawker would publish guys like me that no one else would touch.
Right.
Duh, Nick. That's why. It wasn't about Peter Thiel being gay. It was about the CIA and the FBI removing someone that could tattle on them.
So it's really unfortunate that Gawker got taken down.
So yeah, you got into
Nick Bryant. Nick Bryant is the fucking homie. He's really prolific, right? I have a lot of, you know, I forgot even about the Flight Manifest, but I know the Little Black Book I always attribute to him because I know that, like, dude, we owe a lot to Nick Bryant. We don't know Epstein without the Black Book and the fucking manifests, and like Nick Bryant does pretty good work, except for getting scans of photos that aren't fucking squashed. But hey, he's not a photo editor, you know?
Gawker published the Little Black Book. And what year was this?
2015.
This was 2015. And then
yeah, dude. Okay, good. Nick Bryant's on the homie list.
what happened after that? Like, what was the reaction?
Well, everybody started doing articles about the Black Book.
From the Gawker article.
I mean, the floodgates just opened.
Right.
But what was really troubling to me, there were only 2 publications that credited me with getting the Black Book out there. It's kind of interesting. Vanity Fair wrote an article about it, and the New York Times gave me a little mention. But everybody else, no one else mentioned my name.
And recently, we were talking earlier, there was something that recently happened.
But that's because Nick Bryant is like me, you know? He's a fucking loudmouth. They have to do everything they can to make sure that they don't ever legitimize Nick Bryant, you know? So if you attribute the fucking biggest piece of evidence to Nick Bryant, and then you see this guy who found the best evidence against Epstein sitting here talking about Peter Thiel's a fascist, he works for the CIA, he's running this fucking child trafficking ring, are you going to lend any credibility to him? Right? You would. So they have to, this is why they don't engage with me anymore, is because right now their mission is to squeeze me out. Because I'm not to a point where Nick Bryant is, where Nick Bryant's got a lot of people behind him, you know? They hope that we don't get to that point where we're safe because we have people. They want to squeeze us out so that there's only 2 of you here with me, and then one day they can slit my fucking throat when I'm on my way to yoga. That's exactly what that's exactly what their fucking plan is eventually, you know, if we let them do that. Fuck these motherfuckers, dude. Nick Bryant is a king.
About 2 weeks ago with something that got, it was a grand jury, details that got unsealed. What happened there?
Well, with Epstein, the Palm Beach Police Department had the statements of 5 underage girls that were by Epstein.
Okay.
But they knew of 17 more, so we're talking 22 at this point. And they were just going to indict Epstein on 5 counts of child abuse. But that case got taken away from them, and it was given to a grand jury. And I don't know if your listeners or viewers are familiar with how grand juries work. Is a special prosecutor is chosen to be the prosecutor of a grand jury. And grand jurors are just citizens that have shown up for grand jury duty. And it's up to the special prosecutor to call the witnesses and show them exhibits. So special prosecutors can twist them any way they want. And as we were talking about earlier, there was a New York Supreme Court justice named Saul Weschler who said that special prosecutors have so much power over grand jurors that they could get them to indict a ham sandwich. And that's what Barry Kirshner, he was a special prosecutor in Florida, did. They called 2 girls and skewered them. And it's the grand jury documentation that was unsealed. It's kind of mind-boggling. One of the girls was 14 years old when she was by Jeffrey Epstein, and at the time she testified, she was 16. And they're calling her a prostitute.
Yeah, dude, that's so fucked. That is the most fucked part of all of it, is that it's like always, you know, they take the people who are the problems, and then they make, you know, whatever happened to them their fault. Like when they blow Kurt Cobain's head off and then tell the world that he did it. Same with Anthony Bourdain. But these girls fucking are 14, 13 years old, being forced to go do weird shit with Jeffrey Epstein, and then they get the courage to tell the truth about it, and then the state prosecutors on Jeffrey Epstein's side calling these 13-year-olds prostitutes. Like, what the fuck kind of world do we live in, man?
And one of the grand jurors...
Like, you can't be a prostitute because 13-year-olds can't have sex. That's called rape. Like, what the fuck, dude?
Is saying to her, what you were doing, you knew that it was bad, right? You knew it was bad. I mean, she's 14 years old when she's getting by Jeffrey Epstein, and this is how they're treating her. And that grand jury ultimately concluded that Jeffrey Epstein had a single child. So
and none of this was public until 2 weeks ago?
None of this was public. I mean, everybody knew that the grand jury was cooked because the Palm Beach Police Department had the statements of 5 victims and knew of 17 others. So for that grand jury not to return any indictments against Jeffrey Epstein really shows how corrupt it was.
Yeah, no, really. And what was Alex Acosta? He was the guy in Florida when Jeffrey was first indicted?
Yeah. Alexander Acosta was the U.S. attorney. And what happened with the grand jury was so corrupt that Michael Ryder, who is the chief of the Palm Beach Police.
Oh, wait, I'm just going to put real quick. Blair found another frickin' Himmler clone. Guess who it is? The fucking chairman of the NRA, baby. Ooh, this is a nice little Himmler portrait we got here. I like this one. I'm sick of the same boring ones we have, right? This is a nice little Himmler. Yep, sold. Get tinier glasses. Get tinier little rimless glasses, you little Nazi. Come on. You know you want to do it. You know those cute little glasses. You're thinking about these cute little glasses, you Nazi cuck. No daddy having biatch. No parents. Ha ha. Bob Baker doesn't have parents. Ha 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 ha. Loser. What an idiot.
Department.
Bob Baker.
Became quite vociferous. He said this is like the worst judicial.
The program we use is called Miro. We have links if you wanna get in on the action. We're always looking, you know, we always have everyone helps in it. It's awesome.
Blair in
if you want it, let us know.
Modern history. And
ha 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 ha, Sam Hyde doesn't have parents, and that explains all of his behavior, right? Doesn't that perfectly explain everything about most of these guys? These non-parent having motherfuckers, they are right, dude. The nuclear family is under attack, and it's by these Lebensborn clones, bro. We can't let cloning become normal. Oh, man. They're literally not letting people have abortions, and they're a bunch of clones. You want to talk about fucking what's right and wrong? I don't know. I would say cloning Nazis is dead wrong. Pretty wrong, it feels like. But that's just what my heart's saying. I don't know. Logically, maybe I'm dumb. Maybe I'm an idiot.
Demanded that the feds, the Department of Justice, investigate Epstein. And Alexander Acosta was the U.S. attorney in southern Florida for that point, so it was under his purview. And Alexander Acosta... Now,
that's all right, Loki. Well, if you ever get interested and you want to hop in and scroll or anything, you don't even have to add stuff. You can just look at it, but just let us know. Are you in the disco? We like to hang out in the disco too, because you're a little fresh, right?
At this point, the feds had a list of over 30 victims.
When did you join?
Underage victims, over 30 underage victims. And Alexander Acosta was told that Epstein was intelligence and it was above his pay grade and not to pursue it. So,
you want to get on the disco? We'll send you links.
So that the feds, even though they had a list of over 30 victims, did not indict Jeffrey Epstein on a single count of child abuse, which is really stunning. Really stunning.
So what, after all the investigations and all the stuff that you've read about Epstein in your career, what is your overall 30,000-foot view of who he was and who he worked for and what his motives were?
Well, the Epstein network is very similar to the network I wrote about in the Franklin scandal.
Probably 2 weeks ago. Awesome. Yeah. Well, it's awesome that you're here, dude. I'm glad. I keep seeing you.
And basically, Epstein, now, it's really tough to know. I've got a picture. Epstein went to Interlochen. It's an arts camp in northern Michigan one summer. And I've got the pictures of Epstein at that. And you can check it out.
And dude, and Nick Bryant, why won't you listen to me? The other one is fucking, dude, it's literally Barack Obama. You stupid. How does this thing not?
Monday.com allows you to run any type of operation, even if it's mermaid migration. Automate workflows, track progress, and get things done.
I guess I could have just
Monday.com
commented with my private account. Whatever. Stupid. Who cares?
View of who he was and who he worked for and what his motives were.
Well,
he worked for Nazis.
The Epstein network is very similar to the network I wrote about in the Franklin scandal. And basically, Epstein, it's really tough to know. I've got a picture. Epstein went to Interlochen. It's an arts camp in northern Michigan one summer. And I've got the pictures of Epstein at that. And you can check it out on my blog.
Right.
But there's a little, I believe that there's a little William Barr at Interlochen at the same time. William Barr was...
Bill Barr's dad?
Bill
Barr. Okay, yeah. No.
And dude, how does he not see Barry? Dude, Barry that's so Barack. I saw that and I was like, that's Barack Obama. That's Kid Barack.
Barr's dad hired Epstein
at Drexel. Not Drexel. I'm sorry, the Dalton School, right?
Yes. 7 years later, and Epstein was completely unqualified. He was a college dropout.
Right.
There's no way that he should have been hired. Dalton is the preeminent preparatory school in America, or certainly one of them. And there's no way that Jeffrey Epstein should have been hired. But you can take a look at these pictures that I have, and you can compare them to Bill Barr and Bill Barr now.
Is this?
There it is. That's it.
You know, Steve, every night my cover doesn't get blown as a CIA plant, I like to party.
Beer pong with the feds, butt chugging with the boys.
I like to look to tech deuces a huge difference. Pre-alcohol IoT
right up there.
Oh, this.com/DANNY and use the code Danny at checkout for 15% off. And thanks again to ZBiotics for sponsoring our podcast. It's linked below.
Right there. There's Epstein right up there.
Oh, this is the arts.
Look, fucking, you know what though? Nick Bryant probably got this from some old lady or old man, and that's why it's stretched. It's because they scanned it in their computer, stupid.
School?
Yes, Interlochen.
Okay. What year was this?
Like, dude, this guy right here is someone. I don't know who, but I can see it in his face. I know him. Right? Who the fuck is this? There's Barry. That's Barack fucking Obama right there, dude. Yeah, he did say butt chugging, but it was in his ad. I don't think it was about that this stuff.
This was in 1967. And
that's Epstein on the right?
That's Epstein standing up.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, now I believe that this is Bill Barr. What's bizarre, though, is that this is a yearbook that doesn't have any names. And Interlochen has denied that Bill Barr attended their camp. They can't deny.
Like, dude, how are we not seeing this? This is Barry Obama. This is Barry gonna bomb ya.
And that Jeffrey Epstein attended
Right
because
there.
he built a lodge.
Little Carl Weinbacher, right fucking here, dude.
Gave them $500,000 to build the Jeffrey Epstein lodge.
Zoom in on him, on Epstein standing there, Steve.
No, zoom in on Barry Obama.
Wow, I've never seen this photo. Oh, nope, you had it there for a second. And then you zoomed out. There you go. Yeah, can you zoom in
that's
more
the
on
extent.
that? Oh, that's as far as you can go.
Yeah.
There's a little Jeffrey Epstein.
Wow, man. That's
now, but check it out. Now, if you go to my website, you'll see that I've got a picture of little William Barr and big William Barr. It's right below these pictures.
Oh my God! If you guys had a frickin' Miro board.
Oh, right
there we go.
Wait, which one is Podesta? Which one are you saying is Podesta? Do you think Rudy's in there? Maybe. Dude, I'm telling you, I know every single person in there is someone. I know it. This is literally spy camp. Truly.
Not website.
Oh my God, you're so right. The little weasel.
See that I've got a picture of little William Barr and big William Barr.
Wait.
It's right below these pictures.
Oh, right.
Hold on. Oh, God damn it. And dude, we got fucking Lena Dunham's fucking whose mother here at Interlochen? Like, dude, that is Lena Dunham. This? Are you saying this is Podesta? Dude, like, I know this is a person, right? This is someone. I don't know if it's Podesta. Wait. But he's someone, dude. This is Interlochen Clone Camp, boys. Interlochen Clone Camp. Please take me away from here. I'm scared and I don't want to be touched by old men anymore. I believe this. Look at them big fucking honking ears, dude. Look at them big Rockefeller ears. Rockefeller. This is like, how old is Ben Shapiro? Because this dude is screaming Shapipi to me. Right? But I don't think he's old enough. Maybe. Dude, look at Barry Obama's fucking little loafers here. This has got to be Jim Jordan, right? That's Jim Jordan. Or it's someone. It's... Right? It's someone, dude. I think it's Jim Jordan's big, goofy, ugly ass. Barry Obama, coming for your mama. Barry's gonna bomb your dad. He's a creepy little guy. He's gonna kill your family. Dude, I wish this photo was so not squished, right? He's got some that same crooked fucking mouth. That's Jim Jordan. Who's this? This is someone. Is this that one guy? Is this that one news person? Jake Sullivan? Wait, who is the guy that's name is John something who looks like the Linkin Park guy? Yeah, that's John Podesta. This guy. John Pederasta. I think I'm seeing this, right? But no matter what, this is someone. This face is such a familiar face. I know this is somebody. Here, let's put a Barack. He's like, hello, old man. I would like to proposition you for a night on the town with me, a 12-year-old boy, and you know, you want to get some pederast shit down? Remember that one story of that crazy crackhead who was saying that he used to suck Barack Obama's dick all the time? What do you guys think? Lies or truths? You think that guy would go on TV and say that he sucked Barack Obama's dick all the time? And do you think he would do that for his health or for the truth? Dude, like, it's literally Barack Obama. How is no one seeing this? But yeah, we got to figure out who that is. You may be thinking that this isn't, but this is the guy that this is the guy that you're talking about, though. The guy who, here, this guy, right? But yeah, that's definitely Jim Jordan, right? Okay, we could probably get all of these, dude. Like Like, who are some of the... Dude, I need this in real resolution. Like, this guy I need to get. Because look at how good it looks when it's not fucked up. It's in high fucking quality. Like, this dude, all of these people look so familiar. This guy looks so familiar. All these big-eared clones. I was going to say that little boy next to Baby Bar looks like a Rockefeller. Yeah, dude, I bet you're right. I bet it's Podesta. It's definitely Podesta, dude. Yeah, why the fuck not? Whoops. Dude, I can't believe how good we are at fucking nabbing these monsters. We're so good at researching these bitches. But yeah, anyway, let's go back to the interview. Dude, who's that Neil Patrick Harris looking motherfucker to the right? Literally, probably Neil Patrick Harris. A bro! Dude, we know he's into the spirit cooking shit. Oh my fuck. You are probably not wrong, dog. Bro, that's Neil Patrick Harris. Doogie. It's Doogie, bro. Oh my god. Dude, there's no way it's not. It's Doogie. Look, it's Doogie, bro. It's Doogie. It's Doogie. It's Doogie. Doogie Howser. It's Doogie fucking Howser. There he is. Oh my fucking god. We are the greatest investigative team in history. You're gonna suck us clean, Epstein. Bro, that's Doogie. Ah. Oh, you're watching on the 65-inch and can see huge? Okay, here, let me give you this. Here, let me fill it up. Let me fill it up for you. Hold up. Like, this dude right here, and this dude is someone. This, you know what? Weirdly, this guy looks like Hamilton Morris. And I know that Errol Morris is a Fed. But, like, maybe this is Errol Morris as a kid. But look, dude, he looks like fucking Hamilton Morris. Kinda. I'm just gonna leave it here a little bit. He's a fucking chemistry dude. Like, and I think Interlochen might be the chemistry land where Weinbacher. Like, I don't know, maybe. Right, dude? This is Doogie. This one also kind of looks like Doogie, but he looks familiar he looks familiar slightly different. He looks like a person like that I see on the news regularly. Who's this guy? Oh, this would be so much easier if these photos were just not squished. Like, dude, every one of these motherfuckers looks so familiar. Bro, you know what this photo is right here? Look. This photo is literally... this photo. This is what this is. Look. This is the fucking... This was... Dude, this was Klone Spy Camp 1. Dude, that guy looks like Martin Bormann. That... Or wait, is that the one that's fucked up? Is that... Right? Look. This guy? I don't think it's Bormann. I think that's the photo that was labeled wrong. Right? That guy kind of looks like this guy. A little bit. But wait, I forget. Who was... Hold on, let me go to that other photo again. Because I know one of these photos was labeled wrong, and it wasn't by me. Martin Bormann. I know I corrected it on one of these. Oh wait, this is Bormann, not Wisner. What did I write that for, though? Whatever, it's one of these Nazis. It looks like kind of, right? Am I nuts? Donald Barr, headmaster, hired Epstein physics. Yeah, dude. Donald Barr wrote child pornography fan fiction books. Like, all of the fucking signs are here, boys. All right, am I missing it? Did anyone else figure someone out? Who's the Neil Patrick Harris looking motherfucker? Maybe it's Neil Patrick Harris. That's so fucking good, dude. Oh, wait, I covered one up. Holy shit. I can't do that. Sorry, I gotta get rid of the full poster. I wanted to keep it, but it takes up too much room. Just gotta get the doogie. The doogster. Dude, that's fucking doogie. Look at this weird pic of him in the 70s. Oh, the Jeffrey one? Yeah, dude. Yeah, Jeffrey was cool, man. Dude, this was great. We had a big night already. Let's go. Wait, where the fuck? Oh yeah.
There we go. Now check it out. Are these
Look
not
at that.
are these not the same guys?
Wow, dude.
Buddy, but you gotta go deeper. You gotta go fucking deeper, bro.
Bill Barr, William Barr's dad, was the head of Dalton School.
Yeah.
That school was really fishy.
Well, I mean, it was run after Bill Barr, Donald Barr, Bill Barr's dad.
Donald Barr's his name, yeah. And he was a weirdo. Like, he did a lot of weird shit, right?
He was weird, but then the next headmaster started girls there, too.
Didn't Bill Barr's dad, who ran that school, didn't he write some, like, crazy sci-fi novels about...
Yeah, dude, Roger probably went to this school. Can we put a young filter on Roger Cly? I have a picture of young Roger. Hold on. I got you, boy. I got you, buddy. Just you wait. Just you frickin' wait. If it's not in here, it's definitely in the ancestry. Yo, how the fuck do I not have it in here? Hold on. Look at how many fucking trees we have. And this isn't even most of them. Where's Clyer? Ugh, I gotta go to the manage trees. Jesus Christ. See? Gotta get our full list. Or wait, it's not under Clyer. Is it under Russell? Yeah, it's under Russell, I think. Look at him. Bro, he might be one of the... Look at him. Hold on, I'm going to take a screenshot over here. I feel so pretty sometimes. There, fuck a young filter. How about a real young Roger? Doofy ass. He couldn't be this one, right? No. I don't think. Ears never lie. Lady! Drive me nuts. Ooh, you're saying one of these people looks like Cuomo? Which one? Next to Barr on the other side? This one? This is a Cuomo? Dude, this guy looks like someone. Why can't I picture the Cuomo? Zoom back, blonde hair, kneeling to the right, wide smile. My links for kid in the middle. Oh! Dude, or I'm thinking of like a new he looks like a newscaster too. I mean, I'm not saying that this isn't right. I'm just saying he looks like there's a couple people that he looks like to me. This is a good start. Fuck yeah. Like this guy looks so familiar, dog. I just wish we had a high resolution. This dude looks like a fucking, is this RFK? Oh man. Like, dude, this guy does kind of look like a Kennedy, right? He kind of looks like he looks like RFK, dog. Right? Which kid looks like a JE relative? Because a JE relative means that it could be a fucking... Because, dude, I'm saying, like, the Clyers, the Adlers, Epstein, they all look like family. Dude, yeah, who is this guy? I can see the, like, dumb fucking look on his face. Like, this guy is a newscaster. I've seen this guy before. Is it Chris? Matt? No, what's his name? Chris. No. Whatever, we'll figure it out. No rushing. We don't have to rush it, guys. Dude, are these the full res? Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Yes! Hold on. Oh my fuck! Oh my fuck! Hold on. Let me get all... Oh my god, there's so many of them. Bro. Dude, these kids look like they're being fucking a boost while they're here. Oh my God, and there's like all the snapshots too. Look at all these different takes. Dude, great job, Jayborn. Thank you. Look at this, dude. Okay, here, let's look at these. Let's just go through here, and I'll throw them in the Miro after. Bro, now we're cooking. Now we're cooking, boys. Every day I'm like, oh, what if today isn't like the last time when we uncovered all the truth and the mystery in all the world? Dude, every day we can't fucking stop, bro. We just can't. Look, dude, it's like they got... Whoa, who's in the background? Oh my God, there's so much good information we can get. Dude, every one of these people looks fucking familiar. This is Clone High, bro. Dude, who's this kid? This rules. I guess I'm gonna have to throw him in the Miro to zoom in more. Oops. Bro, who is this? This kid, I've seen this little weasel rap fink before. The one next to Bill Barr. Dude, this is too good. They allowed one black kid to go to this clone camp. I bet he felt so lucky. Where's Carol Musk? He has to be in the earlier photos. LOL. The guy to the left looks like young Roger. Top left, Charlie Kirk. Dude, wait, hold on. I'll go back in a second. I just want to spin through the rest of these real quick. What does that sign say? Yearbook? Dude, this is absolutely Nazi Lebensborn camp. Look at these fucking ears, bro. Look at all these ears. I've never seen ears like this. You ever seen ears bigger than... Dude, what the fuck? You ever seen bigger fucking ears, dog? Holy fuck me. Holy fuck. Is this Eddie? Holy fuck. Dude, is this Adam? This is fucking... This dude looks like Adam Scott. Who's this guy? He had something horrible happen to him. This guy looks familiar. This guy looks familiar. I don't know. I don't know. This guy looks familiar. This is probably Dan The Nickelodeon guy. Bottom left looks like Columbine. We live in hell. We live in fucking hell, dude. What the fuck? Oh, what's that pin say? Dude, the ears on these motherfuckers. Holy shit. What is the deal with the ears? Bro, that's Adam Scott. That's fucking Adam Scott. That's like tall Adam Scott. Look at this. Look at this guy. Holy guacamole. John Barenthal? Oh, bro. Dude, it's everyone went to Klone Camp except for us, guys. This sucks. I wanted to go to Klone Camp. Look at the fucking ears. Holy fuckaroni. What is going on at Klone Camp? Bro. It does look like Adam Scott, right? Is there software that can automate all this and match these faces for us? Probably, but dude, who's this guy? He looks like someone. I mean, I guess Synthara is the software that recognized all this. Dude, this guy does look familiar, right? So does this guy. Like, is this a Skarsgård or something? Josh Hartnett. Ooh, wait, which one? Yeah, probably, dude. Oh my god, I can't believe this world we live in. Clone world. Dude, this guy looks like someone. Is that Christopher Moltisanti? Dude, is this fucking... Look at it. That looks like what's his face from Superbad, but like kind of chubby. Oh my god. Oh man. This guy did not have fun. This dude learned what happened at Klone Camp for real. Oh man, look at them fucking ears, dog. I've never seen ears done like this before. These are otherworldly. Where's Francis Shell? Holy fuckaroni, those ears. Y'all better watch out when you're going through tunnels and stuff with them fuckers, because you'll get clipped, dog. Like, this dude looks very familiar. This one looks like Podesta with the glasses. Bro. We're going to get to know, we're going to figure out every single one. Oh my god, yes. The super female spies. These Lebensborn spies. Where's Taylor Lorenz? That 80-year-old witch. I know she's in here somewhere. Dude, these are great high-res photos. Let's go, Jayborn. So much better at finding photos than Nick Bryant. Who are these girly cloners? They all look familiar, especially this one. Where is Lena Dunham's mother? Some of these girls do be looking like very, very Nazi clone female versions of German Nazis. Dude, they all have little fashy haircuts, don't they? Oh my god. Bro, is this fucking... This woman looks like someone's mother that fucks with us. Who am I thinking? Carrie Evans? No, who am I thinking? Lots of horse faces. It's clone face. It's just a thing that happens with cloning. It's because there's no, the normal jostling of a mother isn't happening, moving around because they don't have parents, because they don't have any parents. They don't have a mom. They don't have a dad. They just grew up in a glass jar. So that is why they are all horse-faced and look so lost and sad. Something does feel off at this this part of the camp. What's going on here? Parts of this does feel like Clone High now, for sure. Drew Barrymore? That's a Barrymore? Where? Which one? Tall one in the back. This is Jennifer Lopez. Wait, which one? This one? This one? Pigtails. Wait. Oh, in the middle. Wait. What the fuck are you talking about? This person? No, the pic before. Oh. Sorry. This one or the one before? This. You're saying this. Is that who you're saying? Left, middle, top, middle. Other pick? Did I go too far back now? What the fuck did I just do? It's George Santos' mom. Like, dude, this person right here looks like just pearly things. You know what I mean? Kinda. Maybe not. Dude, why can't I find Barrymore for you? Dude, this is Jennifer Lopez. This is Jennifer Lopez's mom, dog. Tell me I'm wrong. Okay, if it wasn't this one, then it's got to be this photo that you were talking. You got to be talking about this lady, right? She's not blonde, though. Yeah, we got a gold mine. Dude, this is great. It was her, this one? It does kind of look like her, dude. And remember, we're probably not talking about... We're talking about the previous generation. Because I think that, you know, there's a lot of clonery that's going on, for sure. But the plan was always, I think, you know, it's like what Ela Klein did, you know. Their plan is to integrate themselves into our society so that they are just the ones, you know, that they're just part of us. And then we can't get rid of them. But I'll cut them out like... I'll cut them off like a frickin' toe, dog. Bro, this do be looking like J-Lo. Come on, right? Do you think Arianda Rothschild is one of them? I don't know if the Rothschilds would send a baby lizard to America for summer camp. I mean, probably, right? I mean, I need to figure out the full scope. Like, are all of these kids fucking the super spies? You know? Like, is this all MK Ultra kids right here? I think it is, dude. They all have a certain look to them, you know? For the most part. Like, I do think, like, dude, who's this one? Look at that fucking chin, dog. Oh my god, look at these guys. These all look like little German lads. All of these people. Ears. Holy fucking ears. Rami Malek. Is this Mark Cuban? Who's this? Who's this? Adam Driver. Holy fucking ears! Dude, what is the deal with the clones and the ears? What is the deal with the clone ears? Yeah, they have the Monkey Ultron aura. They really do, bro. They all do. No, is this Bill Burr? This guy is not having it. Fed up. They all do have a very specific flavor about them, right? Something very odd. Welcome to Clone Camp, where we're going to teach you how to molest people and get them to do sex trafficking for you. Dude, this guy looks like Jesse Plemons, honestly. Right? That's a Jesse Plemons. Who's Jesse Plemons' dad? I bet Jesse Plemons doesn't have a fucking dad, just like all these people never have dads. Oh, fuck me. Oh my god, there's so many photos. Rico Sakani? Who's that? This person's labeled. Look at this. Clonery high, clonery high. You're gonna get R-worded at Clonery high. Look at the shot. Like, they all look surprised and, like, not comfortable, you know? Whoa, they're doing a fucking pyramid and you guys think that we can't see the symbolism? The symbolism will be their downfall. Thumbnail. Gotta get that thummy. Are the pins like identification? I'm assuming that they're all like, I can't read them, but I'm assuming that they're like, you know, probably like the pin for that summer, you know, like people make like commemorative, like, you know, it's probably to remember the summer, this summer or whatever. It's probably said like Interlochen 1967 on it or something like that, but. Clonery high. Who are these people? Bro, this is literally that chick from fucking Ridiculousness. Wait, her name's literally Chanel West Coast? Oh, she be Lebensborn. You guys know who I'm talking about? This person? He does kind of look like her. This person looks familiar as fuck. My theory is a lot of the girls in those pics went on to be important people's wives. Yeah, probably. Oh my goodness, what a treasure trove. Dude, we're gonna put all of these photos in the Miro. Wait, this person looks really familiar too, especially with her smile, right? She looks like a fucking actress. Who am I thinking? Is it Jodie Foster? Oh yeah, wait, is it the same or no, wait, we already said it was Jodie Foster in a different photo? I forget. Dude, we have so much fucking work to do. Let's go. Dude, these are really good high resolution photos. We are such lucky ducks. Thank goodness for J-Born. Fuck you, Nick Bryant. This rocks. All right. I'm going to keep listening to the Nick Bryant thing for a little bit, okay? Let's listen to some more.
Like, what did he write? Like some crazy shit.
He wrote a novel, a sci-fi novel about intergalactic sex trafficking.
Yes, intergalactic sex trafficking.
That's Donald Barr that they're talking about. Bill Barr's dad did that while he was the headmaster of a girls' like prep school and hiring Jeffrey Epstein. He was writing alien sci-fi sex trafficking novels.
And
there's the title of the podcast.
And he's got a very graphic description of a 15-year-old girl that
right.
That's getting.
Yes, and they forced the prisoners to whatever to like this girl. We're gonna have to censor the fuck out of this podcast. And so we don't get shadow banned. And then so they could use that as like blackmail on these guys for some other reason to gain power. But it was like it's so in line with these.
Do I just need to cut out every word that I say? Is that how I is that why I'm getting only 40 views? I feel like it's beyond the shadow banning, right? It's like manually the faucet has been turned off. I think it's beyond me saying like curse words and saying the R word and stuff, right?
These crazy stories that you're reporting on.
But here's the thing with this. Okay, so
and he also got people like that were supposed to go to some other, like were supposed to go to Harvard. He got them like, he wrote a letter to Harvard saying these people were like crazy homosexuals and that you shouldn't admit them to Harvard because they are going to cause trouble and cause mayhem.
Donald Barr was a very strange guy, and people have wondered, was there a connection between Donald Barr and Epstein prior to Donald Barr hiring Epstein? And I believe that this is the connection. I believe that Epstein... Now, here's what's bizarre about these yearbooks. These are...
But, bro, Nick, it's so much worse.
Yearbooks that do not have people's names. These yearbooks do not have their names.
That's because they're all fucking spies.
Now, how weird is that?
Yeah, why wouldn't they have the names?
It's the only yearbook I've ever come across in my entire life, and I'm getting up there in years, that...
It's because they're spies, Nick.
Doesn't have names.
Dude, this is a spy book. Everyone in this photo, in this book, bro, is a fucking spy. It's our government right now. It's the wives of our government. It is fucking everything, bro. For sure. Because remember, dude, there's a lot of people that are important to have control over that aren't in the public face, right? So a lot of these people aren't going to be in our fucking public eye all the time. There is no... It's so weird that the names aren't in there. The names they had then are all different now. Exactly. Exactly, dude. Yeah, governments can so easily fake ancestral record and birth certificates. It's like nearly impossible to prove, but there's got to be... I mean, dude, Sherlock, the way is that we keep, like, this is how I knew something was up with Miranda and Caleb Hammer and James Charles. You look into all these people, you type, who are their parents? Nothing. Dude, I could search anyone's, who's random person's parents, and their parents will pop up, you know, but this is always like, their parents prefer to be, in the dark, like, or like, out of the public eye. Like, that's what rich people and Nazis say. What are you talking about? So, I mean, yeah, so it's not exactly, you know, sure shot evidence, but we see the general, you know, like, trend, right? Which gives us basically all that we need.
But if you look at those two guys, okay, so you can see that, go up with the old bar and the new bar.
Yep, go down right there.
There we go. So if you look at them, he grew into his ears. I used to have big ears. Yep. I kind of grew into my ears, but...
Talking about big-ass fucking ears. Or he got them fucking docked, dude, because they all realized that the clonery with the ears is getting to be too much. And they're like, everyone's going to pick us out with these giant fucking Obamias.
If you look at the nose, if you look at the dimples, I mean...
That's your guy.
Is that not William Barr?
That's William Barr, 100%. I mean, it looks just like him.
Yes.
Just like the other guy looks like, I mean, just like the other kid is clearly Jeffrey Epstein.
Yes, exactly. So this is how I believe Epstein got into Dalton, is he knew the Barrs going back to 1967, and he was hired in 1970.
Dude, I just need to find Nick Bryant's address and go knock on his door. I'm going to be like, yo, dude, look at this photo and tell me it's not Barry Obama. He's going to be like, holy fuck. I know it. Like, he just hasn't seen it because he hasn't been awakened to this yet. But bro, once you see it, there's no unseeing it. Now we see this everywhere. You can't unsee it. Dude, interleukin is the linchpin. Dude, I told you guys. I fucking told you. I've been getting hints that interleukin is where the fucking clonery has been going on. This makes sense. It's either the clonery or the fucking shadow, the shadow training. Like there's tunnels there. Oh my fuck, bro. There's a summer camp with 0 names in it. What the fuck? You just had crazy deja vu? Oh shit. Let's go. Boys, it is fucking going on, okay? The timeline shift is currently happening. Accept it. Follow the gold light. Do not go to the red. The red means you're going to be stuck with the Nazis, okay? Gold is what you want.
For Dalton.
Do you think there was a plan behind bringing Jeffrey Epstein to Dalton?
Yes.
It's one of those things that I just don't know.
Right.
Bro, yeah, you know. This is all so planned. And bro, they did this in, I bet, a ton of states. I found already that I know for sure that they did this exact thing in Maryland, in Baltimore. What the fuck? There's a little fucking fly or gnat or something. They did this in fucking Maryland, bro. The current district or the current what's it called? Prosecutor or whatever is a Bill Barr guy. He's the state what the fuck is it called? Attorney General.
But here's the thing.
What the fuck is it called? I forget.
I firmly believe that Epstein was compromising these people for intelligence.
Paul Marshall Long. That fucker. District attorney, I think.
Alexander Acosta was the U.S. attorney, and he was told to stand down because Epstein was
Interlocan, interconnected, locked in, yes.
Intelligence. Now, there's only 2 people in the government that can tell a U.S. attorney to stand down. One is the president.
Yeah, Bill Barr was the attorney general, and then this dude, Paul Marshall Long, is the district attorney, I think, in Maryland, in Baltimore. He's like the head of, who gets prosecuted or whatever.
One is the attorney.
He's the one who decides to go after like victims of sexual assault and sexual violence to try and 5150 them and throw them in fucking prison. He tried to do that to a victim of Jeffrey Epstein that I know.
General. That message can be delivered.
Interlochen is German, meaning interlock. Interlochen is German. Of course it is.
By a minion of the president or the attorney general, but it has to emanate from one of those 2 positions. So Epstein was locked in to some very, very powerful people that have a lot of juice.
Yes.
And where did he...
Oh, have we ever matched Dick Cheney to anyone? No, but he's somewhere, right? We know it for sure.
Where did that nexus occur? Did that nexus occur at Dalton? Did it occur later in Wall Street? I mean, we don't know exactly.
Well, I think there's a report of one of the girls. I think he admitted to dating girls who were attending Dalton when he was a teacher there. And all the kids that went to Dalton, their parents were the who's who of New York. Those guys were high-level Wall Street investors, Hollywood people, and they were the biggest big shots in America, basically. And I recall reading a story where one of the girls who was attending there, who was friends with Jeff when he was teaching, introduced Jeffrey to his dad, who was like a really big shot investor, and then he hired Jeffrey to work for it. That was Bear Stearns, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That is the cover story. I don't know if, I've been looking at Jeffrey Epstein since 2012, so I've been studying Jeffrey Epstein for 14 years. Somehow he got hooked up with intelligence, and then he was on the yellow brick road. And I don't know where that occurred, but
Interlochen. Before Interlochen, dude, he was born to do this. Literally. It's so fucked up. It's really going to be hard to get everyone to really fucking grasp this. You know what I mean? It's right here. It's right dead in your face, but it's like really hard to get that the American government let the Nazis win, and then they incorporated the Nazis 100% completely into America because that's how much they hate fucking all minorities. They said, get those guys who just destroyed the world and bring them here immediately. Get them to be us, okay? Actually replace all of us with them, please. Give our country to the Nazis.
Pictures that I was able to recover at Interlock, and I think that they show how it started for Epstein.
What is Bill Barr doing today?
Bro, you gotta look again. Fuck, Nick. How do I get in touch with Nick Bryant, dude?
Is he still, he just endorsed Donald Trump, didn't he?
Bill Barr has been a CIA guy forever. I mean, even on his Wikipedia page, it says he was a CIA guy.
Yeah.
And he hasn't really, he's been a CIA guy forever. He was the Attorney General. Okay.
What's his title right now, though?
His title right now is,
Can you find that, Steve?
I'm retired.
I think he's just retired, yeah.
And I'm just making a lot of money doing nothing.
That's American attorney.
If you scroll down to the right, it'll tell you his current occupation.
It
should at least.
I mean, he's got so many accolades.
Go back, get out of Wikipedia.
But he's represented a bunch of big companies, corporations that, I mean, he's a millionaire many times over. But the thing with Bill Barr is the book that I wrote, The Franklin Scandal, Story, Power Brokers, Child Abuse, and Betrayal, which is about a child trafficking network, almost exactly like Epstein's. Bill Barr.
Dude, I think my best bet is doing everything in our power to get in front of Nick Bryant. Nick Bryant is the only person that could, like, take this story. I thought that Brace and Liz from TrueAnon would, but, dude, they are part of this. Brace and Liz and Young Chomsky from TrueAnon are fucking Nazis, bro. It kills me, dude. It really pisses me off. They're fucking Nazis. I've tried so many times to feed them Paul Weiss Opal, and I couldn't figure out why they fucking wouldn't do it. But Brace Belden is a Adam Friedland style minstrel. It fucking sucks.
Was the Attorney General under,
but this is what they have to do. It's why TrueAnon popped out of nowhere in the middle of the fucking night, bro. They popped out of nowhere and got massive views.
Bush won.
You can't get views unless the CIA wants you to. They showed their hand. It's not possible.
That covered it up.
That covered up the whole Franklin scandal.
That covered up the Franklin scandal. And then he's the Attorney General under Trump, who covers up the Barr was the. But the thing with Bill Barr is the book that I wrote, The Franklin Scandal, Story, Power Brokers, Child Abuse, and Betrayal, which is about a child trafficking network, almost exactly like Epstein's. Bill Barr was.
That's because it literally was Epstein's, bro. It was Epstein's before Epstein took it over. Literally, bro.
Was the Attorney General under Bush 1. That covered it up.
That covered up the whole Franklin scandal.
That covered up the Franklin scandal. And then he's the Attorney General.
Bush 1 covered up the Franklin scandal because Bush 1 is the one who set up the Franklin scandal. Bush 1 is the one who devised that 100%. 100 billion%. He came to America as a little man-boy love servant. He set up the Franklin scandal. That is exactly what it was.
Under Trump, who covers up the Epstein scandal. It's amazing that he's an Attorney General twice, and he covers up these two large interstate networks that have.
Or is it perfectly planned? Is it perfectly planned, or is it just luck that Alan Dershowitz takes on a pedophile case from the, his first one, and then every single one ever since then has been pedophile cases?
Have connections to intelligence.
Is Bill Barr, how is he connected to Apollo Global and Drexel and those big Wall Street guys?
Well, he had worked for some large corporations, like I believe it was Verizon, but I do not know how he could have been connected to those other Wall Street firms.
Okay. Yeah, I'd be curious.
But he worked for a number of large corporations that just gave him millions of dollars, especially after he covered up the Franklin child trafficking network. I mean, and it's consistent with these guys. They cover up networks like that, and then all of a sudden they become upwardly mobile. And then Bill Barr he said, we're going to get to the bottom of this Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein,
right?
He was, we're going to get we're going to get to the bottom of what happened in this prison, and we're going to get to the bottom. We're going to indict all the perpetrators. And he was beating his chest with bravado, saying. There's a quote like, anybody that's affiliated with Jeffrey Epstein should not sleep very well. And
dude, you were the start of this whole thing, buddy.
And he didn't indict anybody. He didn't indict anybody. I mean, when Biden took over, Ghislaine Maxwell was indicted. But Barr didn't do anything to any of those perpetrators.
Yeah, what's the latest on Ghislaine? What happened to her? What's she doing right now? What's going to happen to her?
Ghislaine,
Just chilling in Tel Aviv, I'm sure.
I mean, here's the thing with that. Ghislaine trafficked children for 20 to 25 years. And that's a heavy sentence for trafficking.
Dude, she'll be out in a year. Watch.
If you get busted trafficking a child, if you get indicted, you're looking at 15 years to life. And
if you're a normal person.
She trafficked multiple children for multiple years, and she was indicted on one count of child trafficking.
Oh, Nick Bryant still believes in the judicial system? Fuck.
Where she should have been looking at the rest of her life in prison. She ended up getting 20 years, but she's already in a dormitory, which is, that's about as leisurely as you're going to get in a federal prison. And inmates that have been there for years that are on the verge of getting released go to the dormitories. But Ghislaine Maxwell jumped into a dormitory after 2 or 3 years. So she's already being treated very well. And she's trying to find loopholes to get out of.
Bro, she will be out in 1 year.
Get out of prison.
Yeah, I'd be shocked. I wouldn't be surprised if she find out a way to get out soon.
Well,
in the next, 2 to 3 years.
Well, what she's doing is, okay, the feds came up with a non-prosecution agreement with Epstein. And the deal was that Epstein would pay back the girls that he would give them settlements. But everybody else that had anything to do with Epstein would not get indicted, was completely exonerated. The procurers were exonerated, the perpetrators were exonerated. And this was the deal that Alexander Acosta worked out. And then it was sealed because it was such a dirty deal that they didn't want anybody to know that it was sealed. And ultimately, there were attorneys that were filing civil lawsuits against Jeffrey Epstein. And the Palm Beach police, or Palm Beach newspaper, ultimately they were able to get that unsealed. And then what it showed was that everybody that was affiliated with Epstein was completely exonerated from children, from the procurers to the perps.
And who was the girl that you were able to track down? You said it took you 3 years to find this girl, and she had filed a suit, but then she dropped it against Trump, right?
Yeah, there was a girl named Katie Johnson.
Yeah.
Who filed a lawsuit. She said that she'd been by Epstein and Trump when she was 13 years old.
Bro, and the descriptions are, if you read the fucking affidavit, I don't think she's lying in any way.
And
it's fucking gross.
It was originally shopped around. It was filed, and then it was withdrawn, and then it was filed again. And this girl ended up with Lisa Bloom as her attorney. And Lisa Bloom is a nasty piece of work. I mean, she went to work for Harvey Weinstein.
Right. No morals.
To completely dismantle these women that had come out and said that they've been by Harvey Weinstein. So Lisa Bloom put this girl in a hotel for the night and said that she was going to pick her up the next morning. And she did pick her up the next morning, but she said that we're going to have a press conference. You're going to go before a press conference.
Yeah, see, this is what all the lawyers working on the Jeffrey Epstein case are Mossad lawyers. They're State Department lawyers. Brad Edwards, he's a fucking shill lawyer. He's putting Virginia Giuffre up there like she's a fucking victim. She's a recruiter. She's a trafficker. Virginia Giuffre, her main job was recruiting because I've heard several cases of people saying that she was a little too porky to have regular clients, and the only way that she could make money was by going down to the fucking high schools and fucking recruiting young fucking, girls in horrible situations like how she grew up so that she could fucking recruit them and trick them into a life of giving old men fucking hand jobs and worse, So Virginia Giuffre being up there and being the one sole victim of Epstein is such a fucking travesty. It's such a injustice, bro. She's literally a demon. Her she is Ghislaine Maxwell 2.0. So this doesn't surprise me at all. The lawyer for Katie Johnson was she was on the other team, and she fucking intimidated her to make her drop her shit.
Now, you do not treat a victim of sexual abuse that way. You've got to think of their welfare.
She did it to scare her.
Before you think of political expedience. Because Lisa Bloom...
No, that's all she was thinking was her welfare. She knew that she could Darvo her into shutting the fuck up.
Wanted her to say that I was by Trump and Epstein. I mean, that's what she wanted her to do. But her name is, well, her name in the lawsuit documentation is Katie Johnson. But she just kind of recanted, and she wanted nothing more to do with. There was a lot of pressure put on her, and there wasn't. What's really tragic here is
when the Mossad hacked my phone last month, I realized that was the final straw. It was time to get Mint Mobile.
Mossad hacked his phone.
But used.
Restrictions may apply. See mintmobile.com for details. It's linked below. Now back to the show.
There wasn't any support. If she is in fact a victim, there really wasn't any support that was given to her. She was just being used. And she has since receded into historical anonymity. That lawsuit has been withdrawn. And I found her. She's living in the Southwest. But she got so burned by it that she doesn't want to talk to me. Or I don't think she really wants to talk to anybody about it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure somebody got to her, right? Somebody paid her off, or somebody convinced her to stay silent.
Well, I think that there were definitely threats against her, and the way that she was used by.
Bro, the lawyer was the one who was working. Her lawyer was on the other team. That's exactly what happened, right?
Lisa Bloom was pretty egregious. So, if she was in fact a victim, I could.
Dude, if she was working for Harvey Weinstein, like the girl just got burned by her. You know, this is what the lawyers do. They come and they say, "Oh, I'll do your case pro bono," and then you don't realize that they're working for Black Cube.
I can see her saying, "The hell with it all. You know, I'm getting threats. I'm not being treated right. I'm just going to recede into historical anonymity." I could see how she would do that. So we're not really able to. I mean, she provides a lot of detail in her.
Those lawyers got to go vacation at Interlochen for a weekend. They got to do unlimited hostile fucking deep underground military kill room shit.
Her affidavit. And if it's true.
Detail about
her game by Trump and Epstein.
Okay.
Now, if the stuff in her affidavit is true.
It is.
Those guys are monsters. Well, we know Epstein is for sure.
Right.
But if what she's saying about Trump is true, it's really, you can get that information online and the deposition online, and it's really.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's out there. It's floating around.
Yeah, there was something I read earlier where it was a conversation that was somehow recorded between Steve Bannon and Jeffrey Epstein. And Steve Bannon said to Jeffrey Epstein,
keeps kicking you out, Sherlock. Dude, I wonder what if they throttled us from 29 to 20? What if?
He goes, I was really scared of you during the 2016 presidential race because of what you had on Trump. And Epstein's response was, you should have been as scared about what I had on you.
Well, here's what people make mistakes about Jeffrey Epstein is I believe that Jeffrey Epstein compromised some of the most powerful men in America. Actually, some of the most powerful men in the world. But he was a dropout from a blue collar working class family in Coney Island.
We don't need to read it. I don't want to. We don't. I mean, we can maybe do that on Patreon, but that's going to be too much for this.
So Jeffrey Epstein is this college dropout from Coney Island, from a working class family in Coney Island. There is no way that Jeffrey Epstein is going to be able to blackmail the most powerful men in the world. I mean, they would just get rid of him. In an article I wrote about Epstein.
Exactly. That's another reason buddy. That's another reason he's CIA.
He got a lot of money from Les Wexner, and Les Wexner was heavily plugged into the mafia. And there's no way that Jeffrey Epstein is going to go after Les Wexner.
The affidavit or the deposition. Oh, what are they? Jane? Is she Jane Doe? Yeah. Buddy. All these cats. Yo, anyone want a squeaks?
Epstein engaged in a plan, prize in which he gained access to primarily economically disadvantaged minor girls in his home, sexually assaulted these girls or coerced or attempted to coerce them to engage in prostitution, and then gave them money. God, paragraph 9. In or about 2005, plaintiff, then 14 years old, became a victim of the scheme. God, paragraph 9. Defendant Sarah Kellen, and Haley Robson, recruited girls ostensibly to give a wealthy man a massage for monetary compensation in his Palm Beach mansion. Compl 11. Under the plan, Robson was contacted
Does it sound all staticky and shit to you guys, or just on my end?
Contacted shortly before or soon after Epstein was at his Palm Beach residence. Epstein, Helen, or someone, on their behalf, directed...
It sounds staticky? What the fuck? Does my voice sound all staticky?
Robson to bring one or more sexually assaulted these girls or coerced or attempted to coerce them to engage in prostitution and then gave them money. God, paragraph 9. In or about 2005, plaintiff, then 14 years old, became a victim of the scheme.
What the fuck, dude?
Because Les Wexner is just going to call his buddies in the mafia and say, we got to get rid.
This doesn't sound fucked up, right? Whatever. Upon arrival at Epstein's mansion, Robson would introduce each victim to Klone, who... Wait, is this the right one? Oh wait, this is the right one. I think I fucked up. That other one wasn't it. Can you move the chat out of the way? Is it better now? I just moved it to this window. Is that better? You can see it now, right? Yeah, it's good now. Okay, cool. Let me see if it's still doing static.
Plaintiff was subject to acts of rape, sexual misconduct.
Whatever. Plaintiff was enticed by promises of money and a modeling career to attend a series of parties with other similarly situated minor females held at a New York City residence that was being used by defendant Jeffrey Epstein. At least 4 other parties were attended by defendant Trump. On information and belief, by this time in 1994, defendant Trump had also known Epstein for 7 years. And then it's New York. I've known Jeff for 15 years. Terrific guy. Trump booms from a speakerphone. He's a lot of fun to be with. It is even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side. No doubt about it. Jeffrey enjoys his social life and knew that plaintiff was then just 13 years old. Defendant Trump initiated sexual contact with plaintiff at 4 different parties. On the 4 parties on the 4th and final encounter with Trump tied plaintiff to bed, exposed himself to plaintiff, and then proceeded to forcibly R-word plaintiff. During the course of this savage sexual attack, plaintiff loudly pleaded with Trump to stop, but with no effect. Defendant Trump responded to plaintiff's pleas by violently striking plaintiff in the face with an open hand and screaming that he would do whatever he wanted. Sounds like Podesta. It's kind of how Podesta acts in that audio recording I heard anyway. Immediately following this R-word, defendant Trump threatened plaintiff that were she ever to reveal any of the details of the sexual and physical abuse of her by defendant Trump, plaintiff and her family would be physically harmed if not killed. Defendant Epstein had sexual contact with plaintiff at 2 of the parties. The second sexual encounter with defendant Epstein took place after plaintiff had been raped by Trump. Defendant Epstein forced himself upon plaintiff and proceeded to rape her, anally and vaginally, despite her loud pleas to stop. Defendant Epstein then attempted to strike plaintiff about the head with his closed fist. This was all seen and known before the Trump election. Before he got elected, defendant Epstein then attempted to strike plaintiff about the head while he angrily screamed at plaintiff that defendant Epstein rather than defendant Trump, should have been the one who took plaintiff's virginity before. Plaintiff finally managed to break away from defendant Epstein. The threats of violence against plaintiff and her family continued, this time from defendant Epstein, who again reiterated that plaintiff was not to reveal any of the details of his sexual and physical abuse of her, or else, specifically, plaintiff and her family would be seriously physically harmed if not killed. While still under threats of physical harm by coming forward and having no reason to believe that the threats have ever been lifted or ever would be lifted, plaintiff, who has suffered from stress, emotional distress, mental pain and suffering, among other problems ever since the assaults, was subjected to daily painful reminders of the horrific acts of one of the perpetrators, defendant Trump, via mass media coverage of him starting on or about June 16th, 2015, that over a short period of time became continuous and unavoidable. Yup. She now suffers emotional stress, distress, and mental pain and suffering, as well as adverse physical consequences. Such bullshit. Yeah, subjected to public scorn, hatred, ridicule, suffered threats against her life, all because Trump raped her as a kid. And people come out and they say shit like this because they think that people are going to believe them and they're going to do what's right and say, hey, Trump, get fucked. And you know what we said instead? We said, ooh, we like that kind of guy. Let's get him in office. So, fuck these people. Yeah, this was all known before he was elected. Pretty crazy.
Rid of this guy. The only way that Jeffrey Epstein could blackmail people is that there was an organization behind him that said to these guys that were blackmailed, if you touch Jeffrey Epstein, there's going to be retribution. And that is the only way that someone like Jeffrey Epstein could blackmail these powerful guys.
Yeah, the CIA.
He would have to, it would have to be known that he was protected.
But what if it wasn't like overt in your face blackmail? Okay, so what if he's inviting these people to his island, having these parties? I know the Apollo Global had this thing called the Predators Ball every year in New York, where they would invite these powerful people, Trump, Leon Black, Adnan Khashoggi, these crazy arms dealers, drug dealers, all these Wall Street investors. They would all be at these giant parties, right? And then there would be all these like young girls, quote unquote, if you want to call them prostitutes or not, they were there, and these guys were, these old, you know, rich dudes were mingling with them and whatever, doing whatever they were doing with them, but they were there. So these guys kind of knew in the back of their mind that like they were compromised. Maybe they did or didn't know that some of these rooms that they were going in were mic'd up or had cameras in them, but they kind of knew in the back of their mind, like, I'm doing this, I'm engaging in all this. These other billionaires around me are also all engaging in this. I could be compromised. If I had to bet on it, I would bet I am, but I'm not gonna look that in that mirror right now. Like Jeff doesn't have to go out of his way to say, look, if you don't do this, I'm gonna release this stuff. They kind of all knew that they were compromised by Jeffrey Epstein, or whether it be.
Dude, do you think Stephen King could have been in on one of the camp photos? Probably, dude.
Him or somebody else, because they were socializing with all these big shots around all these young girls at the same time.
Well, I once wrote, if love is blind, if love is blind, lust is deaf, dumb, and quadriplegic. And and with these guys, I mean, why do you think Epstein had cameras in all of his homes?
Right.
According to Maria Farmer and also Virginia Giuffre, in his New York City home, there was like a room, a secret room that had monitors, that every bedroom and every bathroom was monitored, and that there were men, as in plural, looking at the monitors, which is exactly the same thing with the Franklin scandal, the exact same setup.
Right.
And with blackmail, I think, and that's one thing that Americans really don't understand about their political system, is that it is predicated on blackmail. Yep. There was Tennessee Representative Tim Burchett that came out in December and said, my colleagues are being blackmailed in honey traps in motels. Now, I've been saying that for 22 years. So finally, we've got a federal congressman that's saying, my colleagues are getting blackmailed in honey traps.
Who was he? Did he specify who his colleagues? I mean,
he did not specify.
Like, who do you think he was talking about?
Everyone.
Probably like 75% of them.
99.
But check this out.
Like his colleagues. Who are his colleagues?
No, all Congress people.
Other senators?
Well, other people in the House and senators. His colleagues have the congressional
sure. We can post those pictures on there.
Rating is 13%.
Okay.
So obviously, our federal
how does Stephen King know the horror? Most likely kid camps.
Representatives are not working in our best interests. Obviously. So they're working in other people's best interests. That's why the congressional approval rating is 13%. And I really believe that our political system is just rife with blackmail. We have, when you think of, like, there's a lot of really good men and smart men on the right, and there's a lot of really good men and smart men on the left. We are left with Donald Trump versus Joe Biden. How does that happen?
Right.
That only happens when a system is so rotten and perfidious that it only allows someone that is that compromised to run.
Yeah, and then when you have Joe Biden it seems like he's on the verge of dropping out of the race, when every single Democrat's begging him to drop out of the race, and they're talking about the next best person being his vice president, a former prosecutor, and they completely ignore Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who is probably like one of the most popular among the population as far as like Democratic nominees. Yet they completely ignore all that.
Well, the thing about Robert Kennedy is he
was also in the Black Book too.
Well, he wasn't circled, but he was in the Black Book.
Okay.
The thing about Robert Kennedy is the media has done such a hatchet job on him. I mean, I would really be surprised if you found one or two positive articles about Robert Kennedy.
But how much of an effect do you think like mainstream news articles have on the population when he's going on like Joe Rogan's podcast? He's going on all these podcasts. He's been on like the biggest podcast in the world.
Remember when RFK cut the head off of a whale and threw it on top of his car?
All of them. I wonder how much influence the mainstream media would have compared to that.
Well, what's kind of interesting about the mainstream media, the majority of Americans don't trust the mainstream media. Right. They don't trust it. It's like 66%, or I don't. It fluctuates.
Well, Sonny 220, bad guy. I mean, I don't know if I think all these people are in very tricky predicaments, but yeah, I bet that Stephen King is a Lebensborn for sure. I think they they all kind of fit this similar bill, right? They all kind of like he has so much success. He's like the head for the like propaganda wing of like fiction occult writing, you know. There's like 35 little Joseph Mengele clones all trapped under Stephen King's basement. And they're just sitting down there writing all day, and Stephen King's cracking the whip on them and abusing them all night.
But yet they listen to the mainstream media. That's what's kind of mind-boggling about it. The mainstream media has a tremendous amount of power to sway people's opinions, even though people don't trust it. It's kind of a bizarre paradox in the world we live in.
Yeah, we still want to know what they're talking about, right? We don't majority of people don't trust what they're saying, but we want to know what they're saying so we can understand what people are thinking, what other people are thinking.
I mean, if the mainstream media had been benevolent to Robert Kennedy Jr., his numbers would be much higher.
I'll
than they
post
currently
the
are.
actual
I firmly believe that. I mean,
screenshots later,
every mainstream
that's the
outlet
link.
has done multiple hatchet jobs on Robert Kennedy Jr. From his wife that committed suicide and down to William Barr, and it's going on now with the U.S. Attorney Damian Williams. He was the guy.
We know how blackmail
Americans
works. Let's hear this Diddy Epstein connection.
Not want to believe that Jeffrey Epstein was covered up by the government. A lot of, I mean, it's really in our face that the government covered up Jeffrey Epstein, the federal government, from Alexandra Acosta being told to stand down to William Barr, and it's going on now with the U.S. Attorney Damian Williams. He was the guy that put Ghislaine Maxwell on trial, and he was nominated by Biden, and he is the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York, which is probably the most powerful federal law enforcement officer in New York City. And it's a post that, I mean, cabinet members and judges and a lot of people have been, that if you're the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York, that's very prestigious. It doesn't get any more prestigious in federal law enforcement.
Now, what does it mean that he was the one who prosecuted Ghislaine?
Okay, so he was the guy. Ghislaine Maxwell's trial was carefully choreographed. They only called 4 witnesses, and those 4 witnesses had only been by Maxwell and Epstein.
Okay.
They didn't know.
Other people.
They didn't know about these other power brokers. And let me reframe myself. They didn't know about these other. They hadn't been by the power brokers. So when they testified, they could only testify about Epstein and Maxwell. And what's really interesting, Damian Williams. I mean, he's part of the he's part of a very corrupt Democratic machine. He is the guy that is leading the P. Diddy investigation right now. He's the guy that's
Damian Williams.
Yeah, he's gonna throw it for, like, Diddy's not going to jail. Drake will not go to jail. None of these people will ever have anything happen to them.
Williams, the guy that covered up Epstein and Maxwell, is the same guy that's going to be covering up P. Diddy.
Yep.
Those warrants that were executed in Los Angeles and also in Miami on P. Diddy's home, where they came out with a bunch of electronics. Okay, what's amazing is they were launched by Damian Williams. Now, why would a guy in New York City be executing search warrants in L.A. and Miami? And I'll tell you why. It's because I believe that P. Diddy, well, his homes were wired for audiovisual blackmail. Yes. And there were politicians and big-time.
Diddy is he is literally another Epstein. And literally both worked for the same people, the CIA.
Celebrities and athletes. And I believe that people got compromised at his parties. And there has to be damage control. And Damian Williams is the damage control. Because Damian Williams is prosecuting that case, we know the fix is in. We don't know exactly what the fix is going to be, but I'll give you an idea of what the fix is going to be.
Okay.
P. Diddy is going to go down. Maybe some other lower echelon guys are going to go down. But none of the people that were... And there's been 8 lawsuits launched at P. Diddy, 8 civil lawsuits. 2 of them were minors at the time. And then Little Rod, the 5th lawsuit, he was a hip-hop producer. He said that P. Diddy always had minors. There were always minors there at his parties. And P. Diddy had these, like, what he called freak-offs, where I guess it was like a Roman Bacchanal kind of a thing. So what's really, when you dig into P. Diddy's past, it's kind of interesting because he started Bad Boy Records with Clive Davis. And Clive Davis is a dirty, dirty guy. And people don't really know this about Clive Davis. There was a documentary about Clive Davis, and it showed that he was this benign octogenarian. I mean, it was like an infomercial. But Clive Davis, what's amazing, if you look into his criminal past, it's kind of mind-boggling. He he's been indicted 3 times by the IRS for not paying his taxes, and then he's been indicted 3 times for fraud, not paying his taxes. And what payola is it's against the law, but it's radio station record companies giving money to radio stations to play the
music.
Yeah. And it was outlawed in 1960. And Clive Davis was, when he was president of ABC Records, he was in the biggest payola swindle of all time. It was like $250,000 that they were.
Yeah, Clyde Davis definitely killed
giving to
Whitney
radio
Houston.
stations. And then what's really interesting, now we're not done with Clive Davis yet. There was a Genovese guy named Patsy Falcone who got busted with bringing 22 pounds of heroin into the United States. And the feds started digging into Falcone, and then they found that he was in charge of all these shell companies. And he was in business with Clive Davis. Clive Davis, as the president of ABC Records, was giving money to these shell companies that Falcone oversaw, and then they were dividing the proceeds. So with all this criminality that I have told you, that Clive Davis has perpetrated, he has not spent 1 day in jail. The dude has not spent 1 day in jail. So he was the guy that started Bad Boy Records with P. Diddy in 1993.
Danny, do you dream?
What are you doing? Why are you thinking about this instead of punching the show?
Don't worry about Nick. He's on pause. Listen, sleep escapes me like happiness from a melted
For your health. Lots of things at night.
melatonin to help hot cocoa.
40 and use the code freaking Leon Black. All these guys.
Look, it cracks me up. Leon Black gave Jeffrey Epstein, I think,
$158 million.
$158 million.
Yeah.
And the cover story is because he helped them with their taxes.
Estate planning and taxes, right? And the argument is, his argument was that if he could have saved Leon $500 million, then it's definitely worth $158 million.
And if you believe that, I've got a bridge in Brooklyn that I can sell you. I'll give you a reasonable price on it.
Well, there was a report that was done, an investigative report that was done on Apollo, or was it Drexel, on that whole thing, and it was basically like they did a whole investigation with tons of interviews and all this investigation with like the accounting and all this stuff, and they basically like kept it all secret. They didn't release any of the interviews or anything like that. They basically just concluded that he had ties to Epstein, and he did pay Epstein this money, and it was for this stuff. And basically he got off scot. I don't know if he did. I don't know if Leon Black actually did any time. Did he?
He did not.
He did not. No.
None of those guys have done any time. None of the guys that Epstein pandered children to have done time.
It seems like, and Apollo Global, their biggest investors are guys from the NBA. I think it was one of the guys who owns the 76ers, another guy who owns the Hawks, and the UAE. The UAE has a huge investment in Apollo Global, and it seems like, especially if you look at the ties with Adnan Khashoggi to Apollo Global and Epstein's ties to Leon Black, it seems like Epstein is a conduit to money that is getting laundered through companies like Apollo Global. And with the other guy, there's this other guy, A.B. Buzzy Krongard, who's a CIA guy who was really invested into there. It seems like with the CIA, with intelligence involvement in Wall Street, in these companies that Epstein is very much a part of, it seems like that these financial institutions are being used as basically like cash swaths to fund things like smuggling, like arms deals, and covert ops.
I mean, there's a long history of that. Like BCCI was a bank.
BCCI,
was a bank that the CIA used to clean its money. It's very dirty money. And before that, there was a book written by Houston. I think he was with the Houston Post at that point. His name was Pete Bruton, and he showed that the savings and loan meltdown in the 80s. He tied a bunch of that to the CIA. That these CIA guys were just plundering the savings and loans, and then they would go belly up, and then the Federal Reserve or the feds would bail them out. So the CIA, I believe, has been in securities fraud for a very, very long time.
Bro, literally every NFT scam, every crypto scam that has happened in the last 5 years is the CIA. Every single one. And
I knew someone who knew William Colby pretty well. He was a former director of the CIA, and he died under mysterious, very, very mysterious circumstances. He was 76 years old in poor health, and he went...
Yeah, the way that the CIA cleaned Contra money was by selling typewriters.
Canoeing on...
They opened a little typewriter business.
In a cold April night without his shoes. So I would say that that's kind of mysterious.
Right.
But Colby was kind of interesting because during the Church Commission that was digging into the illegalities of the CIA, there was Dick Helms who kept his mouth shut. But Colby said a lot of things. I mean, he could have said more, but he did say a lot of things that he felt that Americans were entitled to know what their clandestine services were getting away with.
Oh, we had a guy in here who actually met with him right before he died. Who was that?
That was John Newman.
John Newman. John Newman was the one who told us about that. You know who John Newman is? He's the guy who wrote a bunch of books about JFK. Yeah, he was the guy who originally told me about that story.
So with William Colby, he had said to this guy that I know, he had some regrets about the CIA. And what the CIA did, according to Colby, was they created funding mechanisms. They felt like fighting communism was too important to be left to politicians. So they developed various funding mechanisms. And so they could be completely autonomous. And Colby felt that that was a huge mistake in retrospect, because now the CIA just has so much money and so much power, it can tell U.S. attorneys to stand down.
Yup.
Yeah, it's just, I can really see the similarities between what's going on, what happened with Diddy and with Epstein, with the ties, like the guy, the
Damian Williams.
Damian Williams, but also the guy who was the record executive who worked with
Clive Williams.
Clive Davis. Clive Davis. Yeah.
And it's kind of amazing because,
dude, Nick Bryant is in fucking Brooklyn. I'm going to find him.
P. Diddy has gotten away with so much stuff, and I believe this is just
Courtney Love's fucking. She was definitely a recruiter for sure, or something like something deep, dark.
My surmise.
She had to pay off her fucking. She had to pay off her debt for them. You know, Kurt was about to leave her ass, bro. He wanted to run away with his daughter and fucking just raise her and fucking leave Courtney. He was done with her bullshit. She's loony. She manipulated the fuck out of him. She's a demon, bro.
I believe that Clive Davis has been on the yellow brick road forever. Probably an FBI informant. Definitely some kind of. There's no way that you can commit as many felonies as Clive Davis has committed and not spend a day in jail. If you were and I got indicted for tax fraud and tax evasion, or making shell companies that were run by heroin dealers that were hooked up with the Genovese crime family, if you or I got busted for that, we would do some time. I mean, we would go to jail. There's no doubt about it.
The more you learn about this shit, it just seems like the whole world is still run by the mafia. It's just they're just now in cahoots with intelligence.
Yeah.
Well, I think that the mafia, it's kind of interesting. I've had some very strange days in my life, but one of the strangest was, I went and interviewed the former boss of the Lucchese crime family at the Supermax prison in Florence, Colorado. His name is Anthony Gaspipe Casso. And
Anthony Gaspipe Casso.
Yes.
Okay.
And if you said gas pipe to him, your family would be contacting a mortician relatively quickly. He did not like being called.
Oh, he didn't like that.
No, he didn't like being called gas pipe.
Wow.
There he is. So this is kind of interesting. I wrote an article. I went and saw gas pipe in Florence, Colorado. That prison is it's in a mountain.
Right.
And the 396 guys or 400 guys that the United States has the most antipathy for are there. Like Kaczynski is there, Ramsey Youssef, the first guy was there, Tim McVeigh was there. Yes.
Isn't El Chapo there?
No, I don't think he's at that one. I think he's at Joliet, but I could be wrong. Okay. Don't quote me. So those guys are in solitary 24/7. That prison is designed to deconstruct you. And when they get yard time, they're in little plexiglass booths, the size of their cells. So, I mean, there's no human
outside.
Yeah,
in a plexiglass.
They're in a little plexiglass booth. Yeah.
Wow.
And Gaspipe used to have yard time at the same time as Ted Kaczynski, and he told me that Ted Kaczynski would run laps in his little and I guess Ted was keeping in shape for a while. I don't know if he's still keeping in shape, but anyway. Wow. So Gaspipe told me this amazing story that he had hired 2 NYPD detectives for hits. Highly decorated NYPD detectives. And I started to look into it. And when you're investigating stuff, you just kind of turn over rocks.
Yep.
Little ones, and then little ones lead to bigger ones. And then I got a document, an FBI document, that said that these cops were involved in murders. An FBI 302 from Sammy the Bull Gravano. And then I came across other evidence. And this was in 2000, and I couldn't sell that article. I mean, because these were highly decorated cops, and Gaspipe was a psychopath. But just because someone is a psychopath, it doesn't mean that they're pathological liars. I mean, they'll lie when it's convenient, for sure.
Yes.
But anyway, I knew that these guys were dirty. And ultimately, they got indicted in 2005. And I was having breakfast with a friend of mine. I was saying, man.
Yeah, free Ted. Free Ted. They monkey Ultron my boy Ted. And Ted wasn't wrong. Fuck these, fuck all these people.
I tried to.
Dude, read his manifesto. I mean, it's not even a manifesto. It's just a fucking. Go read his thing. It rules.
Get this story out.
He's like, all this technology is going to be used to do a fascist takeover to all you motherfuckers. Ta-da! He wasn't wrong.
5 years ago, and he goes, well, now you can finally sell it. So I did finally sell it, and Playboy published it. It's on my...
Playboy published it,
yeah,
wow.
It's on my website. And what Gaspipe and I, we had a correspondence, and he said, the mob will never be what it was because it was able to control senators and congressmen, but it will never go away. That's right. That was Gaspipe's thoughts on the mob.
Yeah, well, it's just evolving now, right?
Well, I think you've got all kinds of other organized crime entities.
Well, right.
That I mean, the mob used to control all of them, but the mob doesn't have, I believe, the power to control like Russian organized crime. And Russian organized crime isn't as centralized as the mafia. I mean, you got a lot of cowboys doing a lot of different things. There's kind of a loose hierarchy, but you've got a lot of cowboys doing a lot of different things. So
right. Well, it makes me think about some of these, like what's going on with some of these like big aerospace contractors and these defense contractors. You know, that's one of the things Tim Burchett has been talking about. He's been trying to get a bill passed, and there's two guys from Ohio that were lobbied heavily with Wright Patterson, or two of the big private defense contractors in Ohio. I think one of them is Lockheed, and maybe the other one's Booz Allen. I can't remember exactly what they were.
I think Booz Allen's probably in Illinois, and Lockheed is in, but I could be wrong.
Can you find out who the two aerospace contractors are in Ohio? I think Wright Patterson was involved somehow with this, or with
you got Northrop Grumman.
Northrop, maybe it was Northrop.
Yeah.
So maybe though, like he was trying to pass a bill, and then the two guys that blocked it were the two guys from Ohio that were heavily lobbied by those defense contractors. And you know, it makes me wonder when he's talking about people being paid off and get involved in honey traps, how much shit is going on behind the scenes with these big private organizations, you know, being in charge of some of these honey traps or some of these blackmail campaigns with congressmen and senators and trying to influence the law that way.
I mean, that's what Burchett said, that special interests were compromising. And I know from my own experience that the CIA has honey traps too. So as I said earlier, if love is blind, lust is deaf, dumb, and quadriplegic. And that lust and arrogance makes smart people very, very stupid. And our politicians have a potent alchemy of lust and arrogance, which makes them very, very stupid. Someone like Clinton, he's a very brilliant guy, but he cannot control his libido. I mean, the guy, and as I've also said, when libido drives the car, it ends up in the wrong garage. And Clinton's libido has ended up in the wrong garage repeatedly. He's just been saved because he's dirty. I got a hold of a blackmail photographer when I was writing the Franklin scandal. And it was after I'd been in it about a year or so, I was still trying to figure it all out. And I kind of said, well, how does this work? And he goes, once you're compromised, it's like you're on a yacht. And it's a beautiful yacht. And it's a beautiful day. And you're on that yacht and you can have anything you want. But if you decide to get off that yacht, the people on the yacht are going to make sure that you drown. So once you're compromised, you can have anything you want, but there's zero initiative to get off the yacht because the people on the yacht are going to bring you down.
That's a very good way to put it. A very, very good way to put it. And then there's also, you know, and then that yacht is also wrapped up in a huge hornet's nest of billions of dollars that wants more. They want more power. They want more fame. That's why they're buying up like entertainment. You know, there's Ari Emanuel somehow wrapped up in a lot of this stuff, and with like sports teams and with Saudi Arabia having this crazy huge run at buying.
J-Born 2 Rothschilds are in the black book. I didn't even, because the Epstein is what originally got me into all this shit, and I didn't know about the Rothschilds really at that time, you know, so 3 that you know of, let's go!
Like,
guys, the KnitWitches are gonna go down in literal legend. We're gonna be legends. Seriously, the greatest criminal detective agency in history was a it was just a volunteer group of weirdos. We won.
The live golf thing.
Truth wins. Truth prevails.
And investing in all this sports stuff. It's just it's everywhere you look. It's everywhere. It's ubiquitous.
Well, our government is very corrupt. As I said earlier, the congressional approval rating is 13%. And I started an organization. It's called Epstein Justice. And we've got some really good people on the advisory board. Your listeners or viewers can go to EpsteinJustice.com. And what we want is relatively simple. We want a commission that's going to look into two things. A, we want to know why the government covered up child trafficking.
I know why. It's because the government is doing the child trafficking. So we're going to have to get rid of every single person who's a part of it currently. Easy. Don't just, don't have any idols. You'll be fine. Fuck them.
And B, we want the perpetrators to be prosecuted. And that is exactly what Epstein Justice is about. And we're starting to get momentum. We became a 501c3 last July.
Dude, okay, my priority, I think tomorrow I'm going to really try and figure out how to get in touch with Nick Bryant. I gotta float. I gotta start walking him down Klone Avenue because he's the only person who could get this, I think.
And we're
I just gotta show.
building,
I also gotta make sure that he knows that Barack Obama is in that photo, dog.
It's kind of exciting for us.
What do you think? What do you think about Steve Bannon just having to report to prison recently? And what do you think his involvement in this whole thing is?
I wouldn't want to speculate.
Mm-hmm.
So
never came across him or anyone
Yeah, he needs to know Alex Putney too.
involved with him in any of your research.
In my research, no. I mean, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're innocent or they haven't been compromised. It just means that their names haven't come up in my research.
Right.
But I mean, there's a former prime minister that Jeffrey Epstein used to give little girls to that was very violent to these little girls. I mean, and that's the other thing about these guys.
Which prime minister?
He was a prime minister of a Middle Eastern country.
You can't say his name?
Well, I mean, it would be, I would feel uncomfortable saying it.
Oh, so it's not public?
It's not public, no. But I talked to a Epstein victim who said that he was very violent to her. And the reason why I'm not coughing up his name is because I don't want her to run into problems.
Okay, I understand.
Because the dude has some major juice.
Okay, we don't want anyone getting chopped up.
We do not. But we saw that with the Franklin network too. These guys become increasingly violent, or some of them do, and they have to be more violent.
Well, they have to, yeah,
to get a thrill. And there is
because they've never had fucking love, because they're a bunch of fucking loveless losers who are unlovable.
A book called The Snow Murders. There was a huge network
North
in
Fox. It's fucking Roger's daddy. The Snow Murders.
Detroit, and Francis Sheldon was the guy who ran it, and it was actually.
I gotta tell him about Rudy.
Actually, it was the first pet island. It was before Epstein's. He had a island.
Roger Cly was, dude. I know that Roger and Epstein are family. I knew it. I fucking knew it. I told you guys that months ago. Remember? Mutt muzzle. I said that they're fucking family, and it seems like Roger is a wannabe Epstein. Bro. We can't fucking lose. We can't miss.
Called Fox Island, and he would fly kids to this island, and they would be in use for, I mean, really, really sick. But 4 of those kids ended up dead alongside highways, and there were, according to law enforcement, there were probably at least 5 people that knew that those kids had been murdered. I mean, or had taken part in it. So, and that's the extreme, is that some of these guys, it gets increasingly violent, and then they end up killing kids. And I know that this sounds horrific, but if you read a book called The Snow Murders.
Yeah, dude. Reading the fucking Franklin scandal, that was the first thing that made me go, oh, okay, this shit is real as fuck. And it made me really mad, reading about what Epstein, dude, reading the fucking the deposition that we read tonight, like with Trump and Epstein, man. These people should not be able to get away with this stuff. You know what I mean? It's not right. We shouldn't be in fear. No, none of our daughters or sisters should be in fucking fear of this shit happening to them. It's bullshit. I love bullying bullies too, so here we are.
Or the snow killings. The author makes a very profound case for it.
Where was this island?
It was in northern Michigan, actually not too far from Interlaken, where
very close to Interlaken.
Epstein and Barr.
Also, oddly, very close to the pyramids that are rumored to be in the middle of Lake Michigan.
Went to art camp.
Really?
Yeah. Actually very close to Interlaken.
Like less than 20 miles.
What is it about these billionaires that, why are they so obsessed with underage girls? Why do they have to be underage girls?
I think it's because they're all conditioned to it.
That was something I really tried to understand when I first went into this.
It's because of the MK Ultra shit. And just these elite families think that they like are supposed to drink young kids. Truly, that's what they think.
It's very dark realm. And I talked to some psychologists. Actually, I know a number of psychologists at this point, and that have dealt with these type of victims.
All right, don't brag, Nick.
And some of them have even, and I talked to a psychologist that had dealt with guys that had these proclivities that were actually trying to get better. It was bothering them.
Why could my thing is like, why couldn't it just be like a younger woman who's of age?
Because a lot of these guys, I mean,
they don't want to be told no. They're freaks. And it's also fucking the purity bullshit that our culture puts on everyone. It's so gross. Like, dude, yeah. Our culture is meant to make you a fucking pedophile. It's disgusting.
I don't know how expensive prostitutes are, but let's say that they're...
Depends how hot they are.
Let's say the hottest one is, what would you say, $5,000 an hour? That'd probably be high, but...
You say it depends on how hot they are?
Yes.
So these guys...
Our little Libby friend.
Guys could have 20 of them at the same time. But they go to forbidden fruit. Okay, so that's one mechanism, psychological mechanism. The other one is maybe they've been too. And a lot of Americans, where Americans are very naive is, according to the Centers for Disease Control, and this is a very conservative.
Yes, dude, the number he's about to say is gonna, like, dude, so many people have suffered fucking sexual violence in this country.
Number, 25%.
It's like this country was made to be a sexual violence prison colony.
Of American girls have been
25%,
and 5% of American boys. We're talking underage. So we're talking like 50 million Americans have been as underage boys or girls.
So there is a psychological disorder that is very much real inside people where they have this inkling for the forbidden fruit. So because they're underage and because it's illegal.
Yeah, Mary was 12 when the Holy Spirit impregnated her. Your God is a pedophile. It's conditioned to every Christian conservative man to see that as okay for them personally. Literally, bro. Literally. Same with Mormons. They're taught, oh, you're going to get 7 million. You're going to get a whole planet full of virgins. Like, no thanks, dude. If I want someone to fucking fumble around with my junk, I'll fucking do it myself, you know?
That's what draws them to this.
I mean, I'm sure that that's a psychological mechanism, but if you look...
Give me a seasoned mommy, you know?
Look at all the boys and girls in the United States that get as underage kids. I mean, that's a lot of people, man.
Yeah.
That's
a lot of people.
There's a lot.
Yeah, that's what I have really fucking come to understand through all of this is that I think those numbers of missing kids is actually way closer than... Like everything the FBI does is in concert with hiding the fact that they use us. They traffic us for their fucking weird ring, dude. Pisses me off.
A lot of people, underage boys and girls in the United States.
Ted Kaczynski's code name was lawful in the MK Ultra study conducted at the Harvard Annex by Dr. Henry Murray. There were other code names. There was codename Locust, codename Kringle, codename Trump. Codename Trump. Holy fuck. Okay, yeah, we'll check that out later. We're gonna wrap up in a couple minutes here, but it's I'll look at it later today or later, tomorrow or whatever. Dude, I like Ted Kaczynski. Like, I feel for the guy, man. He really they really did a fucking number on him, bro. They drugged him like so many times, and he was like, I think he was like kind of a poor kid. They like used him. He was like super smart, and they fucking like basically bullied him. The CIA bullied this guy, and like fucked with his brain and shit. It's really sad. It's really fucked up. So I don't blame him for what he did. Honestly, I wish he was fucking better at it, I wish he fucking...
America. And...
Yeah, they fucking tortured him, dude. For real.
I'm sure that's...
Like, there's so many people like this. Yeah, I don't blame him at all, dude.
The forbidden fruit thing?
This is what I'm saying to Paul. Paul, if you want to see someone get fucking really froggy... hurt my fucking friends, okay? Because that once you cross that line, dude, I will do anything for my friends, okay? I'm a actual motherfucker, not like these fucking jackass friends that I had before this, They're all dead. I killed all of them. My only friends now are Dante and Nicole, okay? So if you touch them, Paul, I will make you regret it so much. Ted Kaczynski I will make Ted Kaczynski look like a lamb. I mean, he is kind of a lamb, but I'm just saying, if you hurt my friends, Paul, that's a if, and you wouldn't do that, right? Because it's illegal for FBI agents to hurt Cat Dad's friends. But if you want to do it, try it, and let's see if we rib it, okay? Let's see how fast I can get to Wisconsin, because I've done it in 12 hours before. I will do it in 11. I will do it in 10, motherfucker. I will fucking find your son. I swear to God. I will. Just saying. My brother's already there too, so I'll have him get on a head start on it. I'll send him a picture. He'll fucking do it in a minute. He'll say, "Yep, hold on, brother. I got you."
But then
anyway, just saying, Paul, if you want to get froggy, just say, "Rip it."
I think some people
do not hurt my friends, motherfucker.
Just whacked. I mean, that's what they want, somebody that they can completely control.
And the majority of them are really successful billionaires and world leaders.
No, actually, all social strata. Every social strata has.
I like Danny Jones. I think he's trying to get this stuff. He's a little libby, but I think he's asking the right questions, right? He's at least asking the fucking questions, unlike my bozo fucking friends.
Yeah, every social strata. Okay. The ones that we're talking about.
My embarrassment of all my friends.
Children with impunity. The ones that live in trailer parks.
Right.
Get 15 to 20 years.
You don't hear about that.
Yeah, but the guys that we're talking about, they get nothing happens to them.
Right.
They've got their get out of jail free card.
It's dark shit, man. Really fucking dark shit.
Well, I've been swimming in this sewer for 20.
Literally, out of everyone, it's like my fucking friend Sam is my only friend who fucking. It's so funny. Whatever, dude. We got the story of the century. Don't need any of them.
22 years, and sometimes I think, but
it's amazing you've only had your life threatened once.
There's been some other pretty funky stuff.
Funky stuff.
Yeah, I mean,
dude, I love fucking Nick Bryant.
I've had very strange.
There's been some other funky stuff. Dude, wait, Larry Vysotsky is fucking mentioned in this? Because I have suspicion that Larry Vysotsky or whatever was getting fucking kids fed to him, and Epstein fucking put his kids all through school. I think he even fucking defended Epstein, you know, in the Ghislaine in the thing. He basically was a nothing bird. He was like, oh yeah, I don't know any of the kids. I didn't know any of the kids that were there.
Phone calls over the years.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Have you ever had anyone offer you a lot of money?
No, but I've...
No, because Nick Bryant's probably one of these fucking these dumbasses who fucking do it for ideological reasons and never get paid, like idiot over here. Bro, I gotta start shilling, right? Come on. When do we start getting paid? Come on, Paul, offer us money. Just do it for my ego. Please, brother. I want to see how much you'll offer me, because I know it'll be way less than what I'm worth. And I'll be like, honey, stop. That is pitiful. That's all the FBI can afford? For moi? For the cat? You know how much damage I could do to the FBI? I know, I want Cat Dad merch too. I'm doing it. I need Nicole's help so bad.
Had some...
I'm going to tell her I need her help.
I've had some government agencies take some interest in me. I'll go.
No, it's not even that. It's truly just been time. I prioritize frickin' doing Spiritual Vision Quest last week instead of fucking buckling down. But I did also do music video, which I think is important. Or, you know, I finished song, which is important, and began on music video. But dude, I want merch so bad too. But and when the time comes, I'm gonna ask you guys for help too. I just need to get my frickin' I just need to get a little. It's coming. I can feel it. It's gonna be the fucking hottest fall drop. Okay, guys. We hate summer gear anyway. Fall is our season. Okay.
What goes that?
Knitwear. No, I can't promise
really?
knitwear.
Yeah.
I really wanted to look into knitwear shit, but I think it's impossible. I don't know how I could make something like this without it being like $1 billion, or just like, you know, stealing someone's thing and just, I don't know.
Overtly.
It's so complicated. Why can't I just slap a dumb picture on it and fucking call it a day and make money off you hoes? Ugh, everyone else does it so easy. I need to do that. God damn it. Just put a picture of Ted Kaczynski on it and call it fucking done.
Overtly, very much.
Season of the Knitwitch, absolutely, dude.
Overtly.
Really?
Yeah.
How so?
Well, I didn't do anything.
You bought t-shirts and stickers from and I'm gonna make a sticker pack of all of our emotes too. It's gonna be fun. I mean, I have a lot of this stuff built that I'm building already, or it's like already built. So it's like I'm not starting from nothing. I have like 3 or 4 shirt designs that I really like. I just want a couple more. I just haven't found the cohesive thing that ties it all together. I want it to be like a, you know, like a limited thing. So it's like something that's special. And then each time we'll do a small limited alternate thing. But I just need to get the first one, I think. You know, it's like I got to make my first thumbnail to be able to like get the template in my head to like know where we're going, you know? But it's coming. It's happening. And plus, guys, you'll savor it so much more when it finally drops.
But I don't really want to go too far down that road.
Oh, wow.
Because
that's scary.
Those government agencies, you know,
they're listening.
Fuck those government agencies. They can gluck me. Paul, I'm not scared of you. I'll never shut the fuck up. I'll never hide from you. I'll never cower from you, you fucking pussy. Sorry.
Right now.
Well,
not sorry to you, Paul. I'm just sorry for always saying bitch and pussy, but I kind of need to with you guys because it affects you guys a lot, and everyone knows that I love my bitches and my pussies, you know? I'm a big-ass pussy, but Paul, you're the biggest pussy. And not in a strong, fucking life-giving way. You know what I mean? I mean, like, in the classic, stereotypical way, like, schoolyard bully type way. That's what I mean. Okay. Just saying. So don't even try and flip it and reverse it like me, because you ain't.
You never know. I mean, you don't want to. I've been very fortunate.
Everyone knows I'm not saying shit about women here. We love women here at the Cat Dad Show. We hate Paul, though. It's like why we call you guys Nancy's. We wouldn't call people Nancy's only if... We would only call you guys Nancy's because you're Nazis, you know? And we know that deep down, y'all are really self-hating because you guys literally have to live the lie of, like, every elementary school kid that, like, calls everyone gay and stuff. It's because you guys have been abused your whole lives, so you have to pretend like you're not gay. Like Austin Russell, though, I still will never get over him being like, yeah, if we could, you know, if we could just eradicate all the gays from Atlanta, that would be great. Like, bitch, where the fuck do you think you'll go? If they eradicate all the gays from Atlanta, what's going to happen to you, Austin Russell? I've never seen you with a woman before, ever. So, I don't know. Sounds like a self-report. Sounds like you need to learn to love yourself. But anyway.
that I've been able to do.
Why we got there, but fuck you, Austin. Fuck all you Levies. Fuck all you little crybabies. All you insecure men, you little pussies.
What I've been able to do.
Yeah.
Gross.
And I still have a lot to do. I just, you know, I don't, there are certain headaches.
There's very few people like you who are unafraid to go down this rabbit hole.
Well, you know, actually.
Pyramid power.
There is fear. I mean, I do. People that are crazy don't have fear.
Yeah, I have. Well, I don't have fear of. I mean, I don't want to die, but I'm not gonna live in fear and be scared of Paul killing me just because he followed my friends like a psycho. Fucking Paul.
And well, I mean, some people.
Big mongoloid. I wonder if Dante and Nicole will see me with my cool sunglasses. Look, they won't know it's me. Look, I have sunglasses on. Guys, do you remember when Paul put on the greatest disguise of all time? Oh, you stop. I'm almost done. I'm going to sing my song and then I'll feed you. Guys, seriously, if anyone could take Lollipop off my hands, that would be a huge help. That's something that you guys could really help me with. If you could just take Lollipop. Someone just come and get her. I don't even need to know. Just pick her up. Look, okay, so Paul's like, hey, Sally McVeigh. Sally, do I look like Timothy McVeigh right now? She's like, yeah, you're the same person. He's like, okay, so I should wear the disguise? And she's like, yeah. And he goes, okay, honey, thanks. Am I good? She's like, you got it, dude. Paul steps out of the fucking... Look, they've got their little... What is this? They've got like a black tarp thing on the back window so they can shoot film through it at Dante and Nicole. They got cloud capacity partners. These fucking idiots. And they got Paul being a big mongoloid. Look, Paul's a mummy. I'm Paul. I'm a spooky FBI agent who sucks at his fucking job. Watch out. I might make you suck at your fucking job too. It rubs off. Anyway. Hey, Paul, this is what me, Dante, and Nicole still think about you. And Peter, okay? Oh, I gotta do it like Dante. Look at these long-ass fingers. I'll fucking pop one of these right up your keister, Paul. Come on. Fight me. I'll fucking rocket you right in the keister. Come on. Look at these long-ass fucking weirdo fingers. Look how long these things are. Back up. Back it up. You see this, Paul? What does that say? Why doesn't it count from... 1, 2, 3. That's 4 inches at least, dog. You're gonna keister this if you fucking come to my house, okay? Just saying, dog. Again, not a threat, because why would an FBI agent come to a cat's house? It's so weird. All right, dudes. I think it might be that time. This is a pretty good stopping point, right? Jay, but yeah, dude, fuck you. You guys are awesome. I love the Paul faces popping in. Dude, the dinos and the I think I'm gonna get my I think I'm gonna get my emote of this tattooed on me. I think I'm gonna get it, you know, just like a shitty outline of it, and get it tattooed on me. Where should I get it? You guys tell me. I'll put it wherever you tell me. Otherwise, I was thinking of doing another knee one, like above the knee one. I'm not sure though. Forehead. Nose. Yeah, I'm gonna get the cat tinfoil hat, like a 2D drawing of this. I'm gonna get it put on my body somewhere. My my across the courtyard neighbor does tattoos. Put a finger on your booty. All right, here we go, guys. This has been a great night. Sorry it's a little bit of a short one. I mean, our short ones are still 5 hours today. I usually keep aiming for midnight, but I'm a little tie-tied tonight, so sorry, but we have fun. We had fun all day yesterday. Wait, a new one other than So Pretty? Hold on. Did you put another one out? No, you didn't. Wait, this one. Leaves the Body? Conspiracy Me? Dude, fuck you, Gug. Why didn't you tell us? Or did I miss it? Leaves the Body, Conspiracy Me. Conspiracy Me. Alright, this is Gugalicious. Damn, Gug, you're fucking cruising. You're cranking them out. Dude, cool effect. Yo, you got a fucking gospel choir? Dude, let's go. Great job, Guggles. Wait, I gotta hear the loop at the beginning of this real quick. It's that time again. Woo. Oh, I didn't unplug. Time to go to bed, guys. Let's go to sleep and have dreams about going to Giza and maybe activating our sigil. I don't know, we can do whatever we want, cause it's our fucking world, and Paul Weissofel's not gonna tell us shit, no. It's our fucking world today, and if we put out manifesting thoughts, it'll be okay. Woo! Fuck Paul, he's an ugly bitch. He's an ugly dude, man. He looks like Sasquatch shit. He's big old dude with the big lanky arms like a big old goose. He's a big old goofy guy. He's got white hair like a fucking fly. I couldn't think of anything to rhyme because Paul's so fucking late all the time. Look at this fucking guy. He's following my friends. What's up with that, Paul? You're gonna get ended. I'm gonna find your son if you fuck with Dante and Nicole one more time, bitch. Hey, Eddie Liger, are you a Nazi boy? I saw you on TikTok talking today about how you thought that Kamala was a Nazi. But I think that's really funny because you were a Nazi, Eddie Liger, my little guy. I see you go, oh. He said, Stephen Paddock and Omar Mateen. I am glad that you weren't left alone, cause I bet you are actually a Lebensborn clone. I thought they left you behind. You're a Nazi too. A Nazi. Oh, look at you, a fucking Nazi too. Dude, this is a Rothschild. I said, that's a Rothschild, but it's the same exact face. And I said, hey Peter, what's up with Paul? Why he's so ugly with them big ass fucking ears. Them things are nasty as fuck. Dude, the ear emote, yeah, dude. Hey, Paul, look at your family. I don't think that they're cool or anything, cause I think they're a bunch of fucking Nazis. Hey, look, it's Eddie Liger. Why so McVeigh? Which time are you today? Which name are you gonna be today, buddy? Do you even know? Are you even fucking real, buddy? What's up with your cousin Chris? How come he left me? Where is his bullshit? I miss when he came and talked to me all fucking day and said, hey, I miss you. Hey, you're not gonna be nice to me cause I wanna be your fucking family, but I am in the Nazi family. I just wish that I was normal. Hey, Chris was so cool, you could be normal if you just stopped being fucking weird and you didn't do disabled work labor charges to fucking disabled people. I bet you exploited all their labor, you fucking cunt. What's up with all these people? Why do you gotta do bad stuff all day? What is wrong with your fucking heads? Did your daddy touch you too? Is that what the fuck happened? Is that why you're messed up? Why the fuck do you act the way you do? Hey, Eddie Liger, you should fucking stop doing the shit that you do, cause your dad's a fucking domestic terrorist, you ugly little bitch. Those big old cloner ears, you tried to chop them up so we didn't see how big they were, but holy fucking shit, them things be big as fuck. Look at my Paul Dutch. Ooh. Things look mangled as fuck, but I still see actually where Paul's ears are. You are the same fucking exact guy, you big old ugly nasty guy. Holy shit, do you see them big old ears? Look at them Paul W's. Oh my god, I'm scared. Look at them fucking things, dude. Oh my goodness, glaciers. Holy fuckaroo. You ever seen two big mangled ears quite like this? Nope. Not me, but clone shit. Hashtag clone shit. Bop bop. Hashtag clone shit. Alright, dudes. Fucking great night. I appreciate you all. Tomorrow we have the day off. I'll see you on frickin' Wednesday. Okay? The fucking investigation continues in the Discord. Blair, I will post all those photos of the interlochen things in high res on the disco. I will, okay? I'm gonna do it, I promise. Here it comes. All right, guys. I'm signing off. I love you. Take care of each other. Take care of yourselves. Go do fucking yoga if you got a minute. And if you can't do yoga, go meditate. You know how we do here. You know what we be about. We ain't about that bullshit life. We about that barefoot life, okay? We're going to yoga, bitches. Be careful. Look both ways. Don't get fetty. Don't get fetty whopped, I look 4 ways before I cross the street, just so you guys know, in case I ever do get executed by a car, okay? It will be an execution. Get the fucking footage of the camera, because I be looking multiple times. I be saying, Paul Weiss-Opal's looking for every opportunity to smear me on the pavement. I won't let that happen. So, if it happens, guys, you get that fucking footage, okay? And then you go and hunt Paul Weiss-Opal's family down, okay? But that's just if they kill me. They won't. Hopefully. But, alright, good night, KnitWitches. I love you. You're all the best. Thanks, Blair, for producing. You're the best producer in the game. Okay, good night. That's it. Final announcement. Oh, you are revolutionary. I love you. I think that's it. Goodbye.